Section 33 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series by George William Foote, Section 33, Talmage on the Bible. Talmage is the Spurgeon of America. He has all the English preacher's vogue as well as his orthodoxy. But he resembles Spurgeon with a difference. He is distinctly American. No one equals the Yankee at tall talk, and what Yankee equals Talmage in this species of composition. The oracle of the Brooklyn Tabernacle licks creation in that line. Here is a specimen of his spread-eagle eloquence taken from the sermon we are about to criticize. The black and deep-toned bell of doom hangs over their head, and I take the hammer of that bell, and I strike it 3 times with all my might, and it sounds woe, woe, woe. Perhaps it does, but Talmage is wrong in his spelling. What the bell of doom so impudently struck by this mannequin really sounds is doubtless whoa, whoa, whoa! It wants the presumptuous spouter to leave off playing the part of God Almighty. Over in America, as well as here in England, the Bible is meeting with misfortune. Christian ministers are showing up its blunders and inconsistencies. Its foes are now of its own household. Talmage is not frightened, however. He keeps a stiff upper lip, and it must be admitted he has a good deal of upper lip to keep stiff. Since he visited the Holy Land, his faith is strong enough to swallow whales. Now he knows that what the Bible says is true. He has seen the place where it happened. But faith is a tender plant. Talmage says it is easily destroyed. I can give you a recipe for its obliteration, he cries, and it is this. Read infidel books. Have long and frequent conversations with skeptics. Attend the lectures of those antagonistic to religion. Yes, faith is a tender plant. The believer is a hothouse production. He dies in the open air. The Bible can be read by freethinkers, and it confirms them in their skepticism. But if a Christian reads infidel books, he is lost. Hearing the other side is fatal to his faith. It is Talmage who states so, and as old Omar Khayyam says, he knows. Somewhat paradoxically, but who expects logic from the pulpit, the great Talmage declares, I do not believe there is an infidel now alive who has read the Bible through. He offers $100 reward to any infidel who has read the Bible through twice, which discounts his certainty that no infidel has read it through once. A good many infidels might apply for that $100, but Talmage will never hand it over. An infidel's word is not good enough, not for Talmage. I must have the testimony, he exclaims, of someone who has seen him read it all through twice. A very safe condition, for who has ever seen any man read the Bible through? And if the witness happened to be an infidel, which is likely, Talmage would want the testimony of someone else who had seen him see the other man reading it. Talmage is not very wise, but he's not exactly a fool, and he and his money are not soon parted. There is an infidel in America who has read the Bible through. His name is Robert G. Ingersoll. Talmage should discuss the Bible with him, but he won't. He knows what his fate would be in such an encounter, and they gathered up the fragments that remained 12 baskets full. There's also an infidel in England who has read the Bible through, more than one, of course, but we know this one so intimately. He was shut up in Holloway Gaol for knowing too much about the Bible. During the first 8 weeks of his sojourn, the blessed book was his only companion. It was the Bible, the whole Bible, and nothing but the Bible. That prisoner read it through from the first mistake in Genesis to the last curse in Revelation, read it through as Talmage never did, for there were no distractions, no letters to answer, no morning and evening newspapers, no visitors dropping in. It was a continuous, undisturbed reading, and the man who did it would be happy to let the public decide whether he does not know the Bible as well as Talmage. Talmage has a very poor opinion of infidels. He thinks that bad habits have much to do with skepticism. His narrow little mind cannot understand how anyone can differ from him without being wicked. Still, for decency's sake, he makes exceptions. "Mind you," he cries, "I do not say that all infidels are immoral." How kind! How generous! No doubt the infidels will shed tears of gratitude. They are not all immoral. Some of them may be nearly as good as Talmage. Certainly some of them are not so avaricious. Infidel speakers don't insist on having £50 paid in the anteroom before they mount the platform to deliver a lecture. It appears that Talmage once knew a pronounced infidel. He was the father of one of the presidents of the United States. Talmage accepted an invitation to spend a night in his house. Just before retiring at night, he said in a jocose way, "I suppose you are accustomed to read the Bible before going to bed, and here is my Bible from which to read." He then told me what portions he would like to have me read, and he only asked for those portions on which he could easily be facetious. Talmage gives himself away in this observation. He contends that God wrote the Bible. Why then did God write it so that you could easily be facetious about it? It is not so easy to be facetious about Homer, or Plato, or Aristotle, or Dante, or Spinoza, or Shakespeare, or Bacon. There is no humor in the Bible, no wit, and only a little sarcasm. We do not laugh with it, but at it, which is the most fatal form of laughter. It is awfully solemn, but dreadfully absurd. There are things in it to tickle an elephant. Surely it is strange that God should write a book that lends itself so easily to ridicule. The Spurgeon of Yankeeland goes on to speak about the internal evidence of the Bible. This, he says, is paramount, though he takes care to skip off as quickly as possible to outside testimony. He cites a number of persons trained up as Christians in favor of the supernatural character of the Bible. The first is Chief Justice Chase of the Supreme Court of the United States, against whom we put a great jurisprudence like Bentham and a great judge like Sir James Stephen. The second is President Adams, against whom we put President Lincoln. The third is Sir Isaac Newton, against whom we put Charles Darwin. The fourth is Sir Walter Scott, against whom we put Byron and Shelley. The fifth is Hugh Miller, against whom we put Sir Charles Lyell. The sixth is Edmund Burke, against whom we put Thomas Paine, or if that will not do, Lord Bolingbroke. The seventh is Mr. Gladstone, against whom we put John Morley. "Enough! Enough!" says Talmage. We say so too. Our names quite balance his names collectively. The game of authorities can be played on both sides, but is it worth playing at all? Is a great name a substitute for argument? Is authority as good as evidence? Should the jury decide according to the eminence of the pleader's friends, or according to his facts and the force of his reasoning? Taking advantage of his congregation's ignorance, or exposing his own, Talmage declares that the discovered monuments of Egypt have chiseled on them the story of the sufferings of the Israelites in Egyptian bondage, as we find it in the Bible. Now, to put it mildly, this is not true. We are also told that the sulphurous graves of Sodom and Gomorrah have been identified. To put it mildly again, this is not true. We are told next that the remains of the Tower of Babel have been found. This is not true. Assyrian documents are also said to echo and re-echo the truth of Bible history. This is not true according to Professor Sayce, who knows more about Assyrian history than Talmage knows about all things whatsoever. The witness of Assyria repeatedly contradicts the Bible story, not merely in small matters, but in important features. The fact is, Talmage does not know what he is talking about, or he does know what he is talking about, in which case he is playing a very dirty trick on his hearers' credulity. With respect to the Pentateuch, It does not trouble Talmage whether it was written by Moses or Hilkiah or Ezra or Samuel or Jeremiah or another group of ancients. He declares that none of them wrote it, for God wrote the Pentateuch. That is to say, they put down only what God dictated. He signed it afterward. But where is the signature? And what a paltry way is this of evading the question at issue? It is all very well to say that the writers of the Pentateuch were Jehovah's stenographers or typewriters. What we want to know, first of all, is who they were and when they lived. It is useless to follow Talmage any farther. Suffice it to say that he winds up warning young Christians against a Voltaire cyclone on the one hand and a Tom Paine cyclone on the other side. There is something worse than either, a Talmage puddle. The young man who sports in that is only fit for, well, Exeter Hall or Colney Hatch. End of chapter 33.
Section 34 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tommy Hersant, Carlsbad, California. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series by George William Foote. Section 34, Mrs. Besant on Death and After. When we first criticized Mrs. Besant's newly found theosophy and thereby incurred her severe displeasure, we predicted that her enthusiastic nature would carry her far on the road, which she thought of true philosophy, but which we thought of gross superstition. Our prediction has been realized, and, unless for some accident or some sudden turn in Mrs. Besant's mind or life, it will be realized still further. In this, as in other matters, as the French say, it is the first step which costs, because it involves all the following steps. Mrs. Besant placed her feet upon the high road of credulity when she succumbed to the theosophical high priestess, whose life is a highly interesting and instructive chapter in the history of imposture. Madame Blavatsky has seen much of the world and was up to most things. She had a surprising power of bamboozling people of some intelligence and culture. The broad-set eyes and the great tiger bar between and over them indicated the species to which she belonged. Mrs. Besant, with her innocences and enthusiasms, was a baby in the hands of this female Cagliostro. She actually gave the Blavatsky credit for what she obviously did not possess. Her manners, for instance, were not such as might be expected from one who had tasted of spiritual wisdom at its secret sources, while her pretentious ignorance was enough to alarm any student not under the glamour of her audacity. She made the most grotesque mistakes in science, while pompously setting right in their own province such colossal authorities as Darwin and Haeckel. She had certainly read very widely, or got others to read very widely for her, in occult literature. But wherever one's own knowledge enabled one to test, she was a poor smatterer, and the same judgment is delivered upon her by specialists in most of the fields she invaded. It was not her learning or her intellectual power that captivated Mrs. Besant. It was her strong personality, her masculine dominance, her crafty self-possession. From the first minute of her enchantment, Mrs. Besant lost all sense of logic in relation to theosophy. For instance, it was asserted, and the assertion was supported by positive, detailed evidence, that Blavatsky had practiced the grossest imposture in India. And how did Mrs. Besant dispose of these charges? She says she read them and immediately joined the Theosophical Society, as though that were any answer. It is like saying, I don't rebut the evidence against the prisoner in the dock, but I shall shake hands with him. What possible effect could that have on the sensible part of the jury? But this sort of logic has been displayed by Mrs. Besant ever since. Indeed, she seems to have a dim perception of her weakness, for she dares not discuss theosophy, or any part of it, with an out-and-out freethinker, one who would subject it to the critical tests with which she herself was familiar when she stood upon the secular platform. There is one aspect of Mrs. Besant's advocacy of theosophy which we censured at first, and which we now think is something short of honest. Mrs. Besant used to present secularism in its naked truth, to be embraced or rejected. But she follows a different course in regard to theosophy. She puts its plausible features forward and conceals the rest, so that people who have heard her are positively astonished when they are told of some of her printed teachings. This seems especially the case when she addresses meetings somewhat too chivalrously organized by freethinkers. Now, this is not fair. It is not really honest, though it may be in accord with the ethics of those who divide truth into exoteric and esoteric. To our mind, it is rather suggestive of the spider and the fly. "Will you walk into my parlor?" "Oh, yes," says the giddy fly. "It looks so nice, positively inviting." But what of the other rooms in your house? Your garret near the sky, where you do stargazing, and your basement, where crawl the foul things of savage superstition? Many of our readers have heard Mrs. Besant in the sweet, persuasive vein, and felt pleased, if rather muddled. For their sakes, and not for our own satisfaction, we shall criticize her little volume on Death and After, just issued as number 3 of a series of theosophical manuals. When we have done, they will know more about theosophy than if they had listened to Mrs. Besant, especially from Freethought platforms, for 10,000 years. First, let us notice Mrs. Besant's attitude. Her devotion to the Blavatsky is complete. She mentions the great woman with profound veneration, swears to all she taught, and, in fact, just stews down the Blavatsky's voluminous nonsense. Mrs. Besant is also a patient disciple of the masters, to wit, the Mahatmas. These masters of wisdom never appear for inspection. They lurk in the secret fastnesses of Tibet, which is a very unexplored part of the world, large enough to hide a good many things, even things that do not exist. They know a lot, but what dribbles out of them is very commonplace when it is not pompously silly. They inhabit higher planes of life than our greatest saints and sages, but somehow they have done nothing for Tibet, which is one of the poorest, dirtiest, and most degraded countries on earth. Still, they are going to give a tremendous lift to the civilization of Europe. And if we live long enough, we shall see what we do see. Mahatmas are really the distinctive feature of theosophy. It is absolutely nothing without them. And, in our opinion, they are a most farcical swindle. Madame Blavatsky created these out of her own fertile imagination. She put them where they could not be found, and she said, "If you want to know anything about them, come to me. I am the chosen vehicle of their sublime revelations." And if you laughed at her Mahatma, she was capable of indulging in expletives that would strike envy into the soul of a trooper. How curious it is, if these Mahatmas are real personages, that they do not communicate with our masters of wisdom. Why do they neglect our Spencers and Huxleys? Why do they choose to speak through a woman like Madame Blavatsky, or a popular lecturess like Mrs. Besant? Why are they so fond of the ladies? Cannot they have some dealings with a man of great eminence as a philosopher, of high and undisputed character, and of a vast influence with the educated and thoughtful classes? Why, in short, do the Mahatmas confine their attention to smaller persons with fish to fry? Relying upon these Mahatmas, and upon Madame Blavatsky, her great guide, philosopher, and friend, Mrs. Besant has an extremely easy task. She makes no attempt to prove, she simply asserts. And it seems to be a kind of blasphemy to ask for evidence. She dishes everything up in Hindu terminology, on the ground that the English language has as yet no equivalents. But will it ever have them? Never, we suspect, by the assistance of theosophists. The Oriental lingo is part of the fascination to those who like to look profound on a small stock of learning. Besides, it imposes on the open-mouthed, and if the Hindu terminology were translated into vernacular English, they would probably exclaim, "Good God, there's nothing in it!" It is all very well for Mrs. Besant to pour out second-hand praise of technical terms. We all know their value. But how is it we have not got them already? Because, and this is the only answer, because we are ignorant of the things. Western experience does not coincide with Oriental dreams. Mrs. Besant opens her little volume with a famous story of the conversion to Christianity of Edwin, but she tells it very loosely, and in fact wrongly, which is a proof that the infallibility of the Mahatmas has not fallen upon their disciple. She states that while Paulinus, the Christian missionary, was speaking to Edwin of life, death, and immortality, a bird flew in through a window, circled the hall, and flew out again into the darkness, whereupon the Christian priest, quote, bade the king see in the flight of the bird within the hall the transitory life of man, and claimed for his faith that it showed the soul in passing from the hall of life, winging its way not in the darkness of night, but in the sunlit radiance of a more glorious world. Unquote. Now, the bird did not fly into the hall as Paulinus was speaking, nor did he preach this sermon upon its movements. It was one of Edwin's suite who introduced the bird's flight as a metaphor, reminding the king that sometimes at supper in the winter a sparrow would fly in out of the storm, entering at one door and passing out at another, staying but a minute, and after that minute returning to winter, as from winter it came. "Such is the life of man," said the Saxon speaker, "and of what follows it, or what has preceded it, we are altogether ignorant. Wherefore, if this new doctrine should bring anything more certain, it well deserves to be followed." This is how the incident is related by Bada, though it is probably apocryphal. Nevertheless, it ought not to be hashed up by fresh cooks, and if the matter is in itself of trifling importance, it is well to be accurate, especially when you pretend a close acquaintance with the masters of wisdom. Many 100 years have elapsed since Paulinus talked with Edwin, and today, says Mrs. Besant, there are, quote, more people in Christendom who question whether a man has a spirit to come any whence or to go any whither than perhaps in the world's history could ever before have been found at one time, unquote. We are also reminded that man has always been asking whence the soul comes and whither it goes, and the answers have varied with the faiths. This is true, at any rate, but it does not suggest to Mrs. Besant any lesson of modesty or hesitation. Despite the discord of so many ages, she is most coolly dogmatic. It does not, apparently, occur to her to ask why the discord has perpetually prevailed. In matters of science, after investigation and discussion, the world comes to an agreement. In matters of theology, or, if you like, theosophy, the world grows more and more at variance. Why is this? There must be an explanation, and to our mind, the explanation is very simple. In matters of science, men deal with facts, while in those other matters they deal with fancies. And the more freedom you give them, the greater will be the variety of their preferences. Mrs. Besant's new superstition of theosophy is, in our judgment, more foolish and less dignified than Christianity. We are therefore moved to say that she does injustice to Christianity in representing it as responsible for all the black paraphernalia and lugubrious ceremonies of death. There was, indeed, nothing of all this among the primitive Christians. Such things belong to the world's common customs and superstitions. Black was not merely a sign of sorrow, or at least of depression. It was also thought to be protective against ghosts, so that these trappings and suits of woe belong to the very spookology which is an integral part of theosophy. Of course, I freely admit that the ordinary gloom of death has been deepened by the Christian doctrine of hell, though Mrs. Besant seems to think otherwise. She inclines to the belief that the Western fear of death is ethnological, being the antithesis of its vigorous life. But it may be objected that the old Romans were comparatively free from this terror. On the other hand, it must be allowed that Mrs. Besant is right in her observation that the more mystical, dreamy East has little dread of the shadow cloaked from head to foot, since it is ever seeking to escape from the thraldom of the senses, and is apt to look upon the disembodied state as eminently desirable and as most conducive to unfettered thought. In other words, that when the brains are out, as Macbeth says, man's intellect undergoes a wonderful improvement. An opinion, by the way, which is quite in harmony with theosophical teaching. After giving the theosophical view of the body, Mrs. Besant says that when once we thus come to regard it, death loses all its terrors. But this is not the sole achievement of theosophy. What terror had death to Charles Bradlaugh? What terror had death to Mrs. Besant while she was an atheist? There are thousands of skeptics who do not want theosophy to redeem them from a terror which they have long cast behind them, with the superstition by which it was bred and cherished. Let us pause to remark that Mrs. Besant quotes from Paradise Lost its magnificent description of death. She appreciates at least the splendor of the diction, but she does not notice how poor in comparison are the words she quotes from her masters. How is it that Milton beats the Mahatmas? What objects they look when the great English poet rises with his singing robes about him. How thin their music when he strikes upon his thrilling lyre, or blows his rousing trumpet, or rolls from his mighty organ the floods of entrancing harmony. But to return to the main subject. It is absurd, as Mrs. Besant points out, to claim for Christianity that it brought life and immortality to light. The belief in a future life was an intense conviction, or perhaps we should say a perfect truism, among the people of ancient India and Egypt. Yet here again, with her taste for dogmatic rhetoric, Mrs. Besant gratuitously exaggerates. The whole ancient world, she says, basked in the full sunshine of belief in the immortality of man, lived in it daily, voiced it in their literature, and went with it in calm serenity through the gate of death. Now, calm serenity is bad tautology, and the general assertion of this passage is equally open to censure. The whole ancient world, as the Americans would say, is a large order. Greece and Rome, to say nothing of the pre-Maccabean Jews, were very important parts of the whole ancient world. And whoever asserts that their citizens basked in the sunshine of belief in immortality is simply making a confession of ignorance. Greek and Roman poets and philosophers in many cases doubted or even denied a life beyond the grave. Even when the doctrine was entertained, it does not appear to have been productive of much sunshine. Does not the poet make the shade of the great Achilles say that he would rather be the veriest day drudge on earth than command all the armies of the ghosts in the cold, pale realm of the dead? We do not ignore, on the other hand, the islands of the blessed. We are only objecting to Mrs. Besant's loose and sweeping assertions, which prove very clearly that her new faith is not remarkable in the cultivation of accuracy. With regard to man, the entire human being, mortal and immortal, Mrs. Besant remarks that uninstructed Christians chop him into two, the body that perishes at death and the something that survives death. She omits to notice that a good many Christians chop him into three, to say nothing of others, like the Christadelphians, who leave him one and indivisible. Mrs. Besant, for her part, as a true theosophist, goes further than the sharpest Christian dissectors. She chops man into 7. When she was a materialist, she never suspected that her nature was so composite, and we are still in the same benighted condition. One begins to feel that the injunction, "Man, know thyself," is a terrible burden. It is hard enough to get a fair knowledge of our organism, its physical constitution, its intellectual faculties, and its moral tendencies, but the task is absolutely appalling when we have to get a satisfactory knowledge of our Atma, our Buddhi, our Manas, our Kama, our Prana, our Linga Sharira, and our Sthula Sharira. Anyone who can master all that may as well go on unto 70 times 7. The immortal soul consists of the upper 3, which are a trinity in everlasting unity. The heavens may wax old as a garment, but they go on forever, and flourish in immortal youth. Death is the first step in the process of their separation from the lower and perishable four. One after another of these is shed, as the serpent sloughs its skin, or the butterfly its chrysalis, or, to use a more familiar and pungent illustration, which we make a present of to Mrs. Besant, as you peel an onion, fold after fold, until you get to the tender core. Sathula Sharira goes first, and the organism becomes a corpse, which is buried or cremated or eaten by cannibals. Linga Sharira, the astral double, has been attached to it by a delicate cord, which is our old friend, the thread of life, a convenient metaphor turned into a positive proposition. This delicate cord is snapped, not immediately, but some hours, as many as 36 occasionally, after apparent death. It is necessary, therefore, to be very quiet in the death chamber, while the linga sharira is eloping. One shudders to think of what might happen, of the indecent haste to which number 6 might be compelled, if a corpse were cremated a few hours after death. The corpse, for instance, of a man who died from cholera or the plague. This delicate cord, which attaches number 7 to number 6, is perceptible if your eyes are constructed that way, that is, if you are a clairvoyant, one who is able to see beyond the real. Mrs. Besant does not say she has seen it herself. Indeed, she is always relying on someone else. She refers us to Andrew Jackson Davis, the Poughkeepsie seer, and a spiritist, though she does not say so, who watched this escape of the ethereal body, and states that the magnetic cord did not break for some 36 hours. Others, says Mrs. Besant, have described in similar terms how they saw a faint violet mist rise from the dying body, gradually condensing into a figure which was the counterpart of the expiring person, and attached to that person by a glittering thread. Thus the attachment is delicate, magnetic, and glittering. In the course of time, we dare say, it will be decorated with a much larger variety of adjectives. Meanwhile, we may observe that if Mrs. Besant were to preach this sort of higher wisdom to savages, she would find an attentive and sympathetic audience. The violet mist, the astral double, and the delicate magnetic glittering cord are things that they are, to some extent, already familiar with. And if she could only get them to accept her terminology and talk of Sathula Sharira and Linga Sharira, they would be extremely promising candidates for the theosophical kingdom of heaven. Mrs. Besant tells us that the Linga Sharira, or astral double, rots away, disintegrates, in time. It is the ethereal counterpart of the gross body of man, and takes a longer time in dropping into nothingness. Sometimes this double is seen by persons in the house or in the neighborhood. The double may be seen or heard. When seen, it shows the dreamy, hazy consciousness alluded to, is silent, vague in its aspect, and unresponsive. This astral corpse remains near the physical one, and they disintegrate together. Clairvoyants see these astral wraiths in churchyards, sometimes showing likenesses of the dead body, sometimes as violet mists or lights. Such an astral corpse has been seen by a friend of my own. At this point, we think it well to part company with Mrs. Besant. Who would have imagined 10 years ago that the colleague of Charles Bradlaugh would ever descend so far into superstition as to write and talk seriously about churchyard spooks? What she may have to say about theosophy after this can hardly be of interest to any thoroughly sane person. We therefore close with an expression of profound regret that an earnest, eloquent lady, who once did such service in the cause of progress, should thus fall a victim to some of the most childish superstitions of the human race. End of section 34. Reading by Tommy Hersant, Carlsbad, California.
Section 35 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series, by George William Foote. Section 35. The Poets and Liberal Theology. The development of theology as illustrated in English poetry from 1780 to 1830, by Stopford A. Brooke. London, Green, Essex Street. Unitarianism has had wealth and learning on its side for several generations. It has also enjoyed the services of some men of singular ability. Yet it has signally failed to make an impression upon the general public. In all probability, it ever will fail. Those who like theology at all, for the most part, like it hot and strong. To purge it of its grosser features is to rob it of its chief attraction. The ignorant and thoughtless multitudes want plenty of supernaturalism. Those who think for themselves, on the other hand, are apt to grow dissatisfied with theology altogether, and to advance beyond the somewhat arbitrary and fantastic limits of the Unitarian faith. For this reason, Unitarianism was called by Erasmus Darwin, the grandfather of the great Charles Darwin, a featherbed to catch a falling Christian. Others regard it as a halfway house between Christianity and atheism, or even as a bathing machine for those who would wade and fear to plunge in the waters of free thought. Let us not, however, deny the distinction of such advocates of the Unitarian faith as Dr. Martineau and Dr. Stopford Brooke. The latter was once a clergyman of the Church of England, which he left because he no longer held her tenets, and in this he was more honest and courageous than some others who eat the Church's bread and undermine her faith. Mr. Brooke regards himself as a teacher of positive religion, but in our judgment his service to liberalism is really negative. His writings and sermons are a protest, however decorous, against the orthodox theology, and the protest may be all the more effective with a certain order of minds because it does not show them the ultimate consequences of free thinking. When they see the preacher aglow with the ardor of his purified faith in God and immortality, they are encouraged to advance as far as he has gone, and thus to leave behind them the worst portions of the creed of their childhood. Mr. Brooke is well known in the field of literature and is held to shine as a critic of poetry. Hence it was that the British and Foreign Unitarian Association appointed him to deliver the first lecture of a course dealing with some aspect of the history and development of Christianity as viewed from a liberal and progressive standpoint. The special subject selected was the development of theology, as illustrated in English poetry, and the lecture is now published in a neat little volume for the general reader. We notice the frequent occurrence of the phrase liberal theology. Naturally, we like everybody to be liberal, but we cannot see the appropriateness of the epithet in this instance. It would sound strange to talk of liberal geology or liberal chemistry. Why then should we talk of liberal theology? If theology is anything but an effort of imagination, as we conceive it, it must be a system of ascertained truth. Its propositions are therefore true or false, but they cannot be good or bad, liberal or illiberal. Introduce these epithets, and you make it a matter of taste and preference, or of conformity or nonconformity to the spirit of advancing civilization. This is indeed what Mr. Brooke appears to mean. He seems to regard theology as liberal or otherwise as it adapts itself to the growth of knowledge and morality. He goes to the length of admitting that secular progress precedes religious progress. The Church, he says, has always followed society. The change in theology which has made it liberal or produced that variety of it could not have appeared in early Christian times, nor in the Middle Ages, not as long, that is, as the imperialistic or feudal theory of humanity and its rulers existed. Still more decisively, if possible, he repeats this statement. There was no chance then of theology changing until the existing views of human society changed. If theology was to be enlarged, they must first be enlarged. Now this is a truth which we have always insisted on, and the reason of it is destructive to liberal and all other kinds of theology. We are told that God made man, but the fact is that man made God, and what he made he is able to keep in repair. The growing idea of God's love is not forced upon theologians by a study of nature, nor by a study of Scripture. It is forced upon them by the advancing spirit of humanity. God was once a being who loved and hated, and all the liberal theologians have done is to minimize his hatred and maximize his love. God has not made any fresh disclosures of himself, as Mr. Brooke teaches. The theologians have simply brought him up to date, and they have done so under the compulsion of secular progress. Mr. Brooke's conception of the fatherhood of God is creditable to his feelings. The deity he worships is one who will effectively call to himself and effectively keep, at last, all his children, to whose free will only one thing is impossible, final division from the sovereignty of his love. But how far is this creditable to Mr. Brooke's intelligence? It is certainly inconsistent with the teachings of Christ, and Mr. Brooke calls himself a Christian. It is no less inconsistent with all we know of nature, who is supremely indifferent to the fate of individuals. To talk so consumedly of God's love in this age of Darwinism, with its law of natural selection based on a universal struggle for existence, is to fly in the face of common sense. But here, alas, as in so many other cases, the voice of reason is drowned in the chorus of sentimentalism. With respect to democracy, which is a kind of John the Baptist to Mr. Brooke's form of Christianity, there can be little doubt, we think, that it has been chiefly indebted to science, which has, in 3 centuries, since the days of Copernicus and Galileo, done more to advance the brotherhood of man than has been done by religion from the first syllable of recorded time. Mr. Brooke does not concern himself with science, however, but he nearly agrees with us in the matter of chronology. A vast alteration in thought, due to whatever causes, has been going on for centuries. It was a change from exclusiveness to universality, and it took a literary and philosophical form in the 18th century writers in France, and finally emerged a giant in the French Revolution. In that mighty upheaval, the whole of the ideas of the old society perished for ever and ever, and what seems to be left of them is but their ghosts, a host of pale-eyed, weary phantoms. This is true and well expressed. But it should be added that most of the 18th century writers in France, particularly those who may be called philosophical, were vehemently opposed to Christianity, as were most of the eminent actors in the Revolution. Several of them were downright atheists, who would have regarded the liberal theology of Mr. Brooke as a sign of mental feebleness. Out of the Revolution sprang the vivid conception of the brotherhood of man, and it was this, Mr. Brooke says, that made possible the conception of God's universal fatherhood. In other words, a change in human ideas rendered necessary a change in theology. Still, we have Mr. Brooke's word for it. The churches and sects were the last to move. In England, he declares, the resistance offered to these ideas by the religious bodies has been always steady and often rancorous. It was another class of men who seized upon them. These were the poets, the most emotional, the most imaginative, the most prophetic, and the most clear-sighted of men. Sometimes they kept the name of Christians, but more often they were called heretics or infidels, blasphemers or atheists. Occasionally they were atheists, as in the case of Shelley, though it could hardly be expected that Mr. Brooke would emphasize the fact. After some pithy criticism on William Blake, who was a forceful protester against the old theology, Mr. Brooke passes on to Burns and Cowper, of the exquisite satire of Holy Willie's Prayer. Despite its irreverence and immorality, which are, after all, but matters of opinion, Mr. Brooks says it weakened the worst doctrines of Calvinism far more than 10,000 liberal sermons have done. Cowper weakened Calvinism too, though he did so unintentionally. The pathos and horror of some of his poems, written under the heavy shadow of this awful creed, did a great deal to discredit it amongst thoughtful and sensitive readers. The poet was asked how he felt when dying. His answer was, "I feel unutterable despair." These terrible words prompt Mr. Brooks to write as follows. They are words which all the good deeds of the professors of Calvinism will never get over. He was mad, they say. But what drove him mad? Did Jesus teach in order that men might become insane? For Cowper is one among millions whom this doctrine of God has ruined morally, intellectually, or physically. But they have perished, unknown, unheard. This man was a poet, and his words have told. His personal acceptance of the horror revealed, as the mockery of Burns did not, the idolatrous foulness of this doctrine concerning God. Coleridge's one specific contribution as a poet to a wider theology, in the opinion of Mr. Brooks, was the closing verse of the Ancient Mariner, which, by the way, is not the closing verse, but the antepenultimate. He prayeth best, who loveth best, all things both great and small. For the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. Mr. Brooks holds that Wordsworth did a far ampler work by his doctrine of immanence, which is perilously near pantheism. Understood, however, in the spirit of liberal theology, it will not only finally govern, but also bring about at last the complete reconcilement of science and religion. But we must remind Mr. Brooks that this is sheer prophecy. It is simple enough to utter the counter-prophecy that Wordsworth's doctrine will do nothing of the kind. It is in relation to Byron and Shelley that Mr. Brooks really comes to the point of his essay. Wordsworth and Coleridge turned their backs upon the Revolution. They were disenchanted. They failed to see that the throes of birth were not the end of the progressive process. One sought refuge in Toryism, modified by benevolence, the other in metaphysical moonshine and esoteric theology. Byron, on the other hand, while not in the least constructive or enamored of the more advanced ideas in religion, politics, and sociology, was filled with a bitter hatred and satiric contempt for the old order of things, with its lies, hypocrisies, and oppressions. He embodied what Mr. Brooks calls the destroying element of the Revolution, which in him was directed by great mental force and a reckless daring. Among other things, he struck at the ancient, accredited doctrines of theology, and he struck savagely. Mr. Brooks is of opinion that the poet brought free inquiry on theology to the surface of society. But we think the critic is mistaken. Free inquiry on theology had been going on in England for more than a century, and it culminated, on the popular side, in Paine's Age of Reason. How far Byron aided the movement is easy of estimation. To tell the truth, he hinted disbelief and scattered doubt over his pages, but he did no more. He never faced any question manfully. On the problems of religion his mind was chaotic to the very end. It is this phenomena which leads Mr. Brooks to infer that Byron believed in the arbitrary, vengeful God whom he depicted in Cain. He believes, Mr. Brooks says, hates what he believes, stamps with fury on his belief, and yet clings to it. Such a conclusion, however, is one we cannot accept. Byron did not believe. His prose and his letters prove that conclusively. But he had not the courage to disbelieve, and to proclaim his disbelief boldly like Shelley, who had 100 times more real courage than his attitudinizing friend. Manfred is terrible posing. Mr. Meredith calls it an after-dinner's indigest. And Cain is rather skimple-scample stuff, though Mr. Brooks calls it the most powerful, the most human, the most serious thing he ever wrote, and the most effective, which is surely a most inept criticism. Byron rarely succeeded as a serious poet. When he did so, it was only in short flights. He found the proper field for his genius in Don Juan. His province was satire, and the vision of judgment is at the top of English achievement in this direction, a creative imagination he did not possess, any more than a profound intellect. And it was the perception of this fact which prompted his impertinent sneers at Shakespeare. But he had imagination enough to give wings to his satire, and an inexhaustible wit, which played like lightning around the objects of his indignation or contempt. Never did he reason like Shelley, and it is clear that he was afraid to. He attacked in his own way what he felt to be false and despicable, and the sword he wielded was ravishingly or terribly brilliant, though it never cut deep enough. One loves to think of him at last, however, laying down his life as he gave his substance for the freedom of Greece. With all his faults, no pious or cowardly fear of death ever haunted his mighty spirit. How gloriously he would have died on the battlefield, fighting desperately for the cause of the people. The last verses he ever wrote showed the troubled stream of his life running pure at its close. Noble and sincere in its language, it was a fitting farewell to the world, and although the poet did not find his soldier's grave, he died none the less for the cause to which he had pledged his fortune and the remnant of his strength. Shelley did also a work of destruction, says Mr. Brooke, though in a very different way from Byron. We should think so indeed. The also is singularly weak in this instance, for Shelley attacked the Christian superstition directly, and Queen Mab had far more readers than Cain, the cheap pirated editions being circulated extensively among the working classes. He began, says Mr. Brooke, by being an atheist. He ended by being what we call an agnostic. But is this any more than a verbal distinction? It appears to us that Shelley's principles are the same in Prometheus Unbound as in Queen Mab. The change is in their presentation. The passionate vehemence of youth is succeeded by the restrained power of manhood. It is true that Shelley sang the praises of love, immortal love if you choose to call it so, but Mr. Brooke has to admit that he did not give it a personal life. Shelley also thinks immortality improbable. Yet, Mr. Brooke says, he glides into words in his poems which continually imply it. But this we deny, allowing for personification and emphasis, without which there can be no poetry. We venture to affirm that there is not a single passage, line, or phrase in Shelley's later poems which is not in essential harmony with his belief in the mortality of man and the practical immortality of the race. It is one of the offenses of theologians, liberal or otherwise, in relation to Shelley, that they try to turn metaphors into logical propositions, in order to make the poet give evidence against himself. In one respect, however, we quite agree with Mr. Brooke. Liberal theology has not yet reached the level of Shelley's thought, nor can it ever do so until it ceases to be theology and becomes simple humanity. Mr. Brooke may flatter himself that he has a higher faith than Shelley had, but we think he is mistaken. Substitute blinder for higher, and the expression would be more accurate. Shelley did believe that love, not alone but cooperating with knowledge, would achieve the salvation of mankind, but he resolutely refused to talk about man's destiny and God the Father, which seems to afford such comfort to the devotees of liberal theology. For this he deserves the gratitude of all scientific humanitarians, who should protest with all their might against the attempt to emasculate him into a prophet, or even an advance agent of some new form of Godism. Liberal theology should beget its own poet, if it can. It should not try to steal the poet of humanity. End of section 35. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Section 36 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Algie Pug. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series by George William Foote. Section 36. Christianity and Labour. September 24th, 1893. Whatever else may be thought about the present coal strike, or lockout, as it might be more accurately described, it will be admitted by many persons who do not rail at political economy that the miners are following a sound instinct in demanding that a decent wage shall be a fixed element in price. To dig coal out of the earth is worth a minimum of, say, 30 shillings a week, and if it will not yield that modest remuneration to the worker, let it stay where it is, and let the community do without coal altogether. Morally speaking, society has no right to demand that an important industry shall be carried on under conditions involving the misery, and still less the degradation, of those employed in it. Nor is this a wild revolutionary doctrine. It is eminently conservative, in the best sense of the word, and it will have to be admitted, and acted upon in the interest of social order. Of course, it means an inroad on rent and speculative profit, but that is not an immeasurable calamity. So much by way of introduction on the moral and economic aspects of the matter. Our special subject is rather theological. We desire to notice the part which religion plays in the struggle between capital and labour, or, more properly perhaps, between the haves and the have-nots. Everyone with an elementary knowledge of the social and political history of the last 100 years must be aware that the working classes, as such, have had no help whatever from Christian churches. Here and there an individual clergyman has spoken a word on their behalf, but the great mass of the men of God have been on the side of the powers that be, and have insulted and derided the advocates and leaders of trade unionism, whom they are still fond of calling pestilent agitators. Yet the Gospel, and especially the Sermon on the Mount, is stuffed with platitudes about the blessings and virtues of poverty, and the curse and wickedness of wealth. Logically, therefore, judging by the letter of Scripture, the clergy should have been on the side of the poor, the wretched, and the oppressed. But this is a case in which the letter killeth, and with an eye to their own interests and privileges, to say nothing of their ease and comfort, the clergy found that the spirit of the gospel meant the preservation of the existing conditions of society. It would be bad for the rich and well for the poor in the next life, but in this life they were to keep their relative places and remain content in the positions which Providence had assigned them. It is not surprising, then, that the Christian churches, with all their wealth, power, and at least pretended influence, should be idle or unctuously hypocritical spectators of the struggles of labour to obtain a fair share of the blessings of civilization. They extend just sufficient verbal patronage to labour to save themselves from being howled at, and throw all their real weight in the scale against it. And it is folly to expect any better of them. The religion and the training of the clergy make them what they are, and they can no more alter than the Ethiopian can change his skin, or the leopard his spots. Religion is always the consecration of the past, never the spirit of the future working in the present. And the clergy who, as Sidney Smith said, are a third sex, neither male nor female, but effeminate, are instinctively conservative, thoroughly enamoured of what is, and obstinately averse to all radical changes. Their timidity would be quite phenomenal if they were not the third sex, and, like all timid people, they can shriek and yell and curse and foam at the mouth when they are well frightened. Were it otherwise, were Christianity a real agency for social improvement, and the clergy the moral leaders of the people, we should have seen, by this time, a tremendous alteration in the condition and the relations of all classes of society. There might still be differences, but they would be on a higher plane, and less grievous and exasperating. As the case stands, all the best the clergy can do is to preach harmless platitudes once a week. One bishop has been actually haranguing the miners, and only provoking contemptuous remarks about his salary. The truth is that Christian ministers are, in the main, only fit to preach Kingdom Come. That is their proper work, and they are exactly cut out for it. We are not in love with all the details of the elaborate ecclesiasticism of Comte's Religion of Humanity, but we are bound to say that a philosophical priesthood, such as he planned, would be better fitted than a Christian priesthood for the work of moral control and social diplomacy. There is an ethical as well as an economical element in most of the disputes between labour and capital, and a philosophical priesthood, vowed to study and simplicity of life, would be able to intervene with some effect. It would be something indeed to have the deliberate judgment of a dispassionate though sympathetic tribunal, even though it had, and could and should have, no authority to enforce its decisions. At present, however, all this is utopian, and perhaps it always will be so. We will return, therefore, to our immediate object, which is to point out the utter uselessness of Christianity in the midst of class antagonisms. It cannot control the rich, it cannot assist the poor. Its chief idea is to stand between the two, not as an ambassador of justice, but as a dispenser of charity. And this charity, instead of really helping the people, only serves to obscure the problems to be solved and to perpetuate the evils it affects to relieve. End of section 36. Section 37 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Algie Pug. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series, by George William Foote. Section 37. An Easter Egg for Christians. April 1893. Christian fellow citizens, we are living together in this world, but I do not know whether we shall live together in the next world. You probably consider yourself as booked for heaven, and me as booked for the other establishment. But that is a question I will not discuss at present. I will only remark that you may be mistaken. Existence, you know, is full of surprises, and, as the French say, it is always the unexpected that happens. Well, my fellow citizens of this world, it is now the time when you celebrate the death and resurrection of your Saviour. Not being of your faith, I cannot join in the commemoration. I shall, however, regard the season after a more primitive fashion. Your church adopted an old pagan festival, the rejoicing at the renewal of the earth in the genial springtide. At the vernal equinox, the sun is increasing in power, the world is astir with new life, and begins to reassume its mantle of green. Such a time inspired jollity in the human breast. It was commemorated with feast and dance and song. Perhaps it will be so again, even in sombre England, when the gloom of your ascetic creed has lifted and disappeared. Meanwhile I, as a heathen man and a sinner, will imitate, as far as I may, the example of the pagans of old. I will not sing, for I am no adept in that line, and my joints are getting too stiff for dancing. But I will feast, within the bounds of reason. I will leave this million-peopled Babylon and put myself in touch with Mother Nature. I will feel, if only for a brief while, the spring of the turf under my feet. I will breathe air purified by the moving waters at their priest-like task of pure ablution round earth's human shores. I will watch the sea-horses with their white crests in endless rank charging the shore. I will listen to the sound which Homer heard so long before your Christ was born, the sound so monotonous, so melancholy, yet so soothing and sustaining, which stirs a pulse of poetry in the very dullest and most prosaic brain. But before I go, I send you this Easter egg to show that I do not forget you. Keep it, I pray you. Study well its inscriptions, and perhaps, after all, you will not pelt me with it at the finish. I have said, my Christian fellow citizens, that your church appropriated an ancient pagan festival, the festival of spring. I may be told by scholars amongst you that the time of Christ's crucifixion and resurrection was fixed by the Jewish Passover. I reply that the Passover was itself a spring festival, whose original and natural meaning was obscured by priestly arts and legendary stories. That it happened at this time of the year, that it depended on astronomical signs, that its commemoration included the sacrifice of the firstlings of the flock, shows clearly enough that it was a Jewish counterpart of the common Gentile celebration. Has it ever occurred to you that if Christ died, he died on a particular day, and that if he rose from the dead, he rose on a particular morning. That day, that morning, should have been observed in the proper fashion of anniversaries. But it never was, and it is not now. Good Friday, as you curiously and almost facetiously call the day on which the founder of your faith suffered a painful and ignominious death, and Easter Sunday, when he left his sepulchre, never fall on the same date in successive years. They are determined by calculations of the position of the sun and the phases of the moon, a planet sacred to lovers and lunatics, and naturally dear, therefore, to devotion and superstition. You decorate your churches with evergreens and flowers as the pagans decorated their temples and altars. You use Easter eggs like the pre-Christian religionists. You show, and your creed shows, in everything that Easter is really a spring festival. The year springs from the tomb of winter, and Christ springs at the same time from the tomb of death. I am disposed to regard your Saviour as a purely mythical personage, like all other saviours and sun-gods of antiquity, who were generally, if not always, born miraculously of virgin mothers, mysteriously impregnated by celestial visitors, and whose careers, like that of your Christ, were marked by portents and prodigies, ending in tribulation and defeat, which were followed by vindication and a triumph. Whether there was a man called Jesus, or Joshua, the Jewish form of the name, who lived and taught in Galilee and died at Jerusalem, is more than I will undertake to determine, and it seems to me a question of microscopic importance. But I am convinced that the Christ of the Gospels is the product of religious imagination, an ideal figure, constructed out of materials that were common in the East for hundreds, and perhaps for thousands of years. To confine ourselves, however, to the Easter aspect of the matter, I think you will find, if you read the Gospel story with unprejudiced eyes, that the closing scenes of Christ's career are quite imaginary. The story of his trial and crucifixion is utterly at variance with Roman law and Jewish custom. It also includes astonishing incidents, such as the earthquake which rent the veil of the temple, the 3 hours eclipse of the sun, and the wholesale resurrection of dead saints, of which the Romans and the Jews were in a still more astonishing ignorance. What must have startled the whole, or the then known world, if it happened, made absolutely no impression on the Hebrew and Gentile nations, and not a trace of it remains in the pages of their historians. Can you believe that the most remarkable occurrences on record escaped the attention of all who were living at the time, with the exception of a handful of men and women, who never took the trouble to write an account of their experiences, but left them to be chronicled by unknown writers long after they themselves were dead? All the documentary evidence we possess is Christian. It is the witness of an interested party, uncorroborated by a particle of testimony from independent sources. I do not forget that the literature of your early church includes a letter from Pontius Pilate to the Emperor Tiberius, giving a detailed account of the trial, sentence, crucifixion, and resurrection of Christ. But this is one of the many forgeries of your early church, and is now universally rejected as such, alike by Protestant and by Catholic scholars. To my mind, indeed, this forgery itself proves the falsehood of the gospel narrative. It shows that the early Christians felt the necessity of some corroborative evidence, and they manufactured it to give their own statements an air of greater plausibility. Taking the Gospels as they stand, I will ask you to read the story in Matthew, not that I believe he wrote it, of the watch at Christ's sepulchre. The Jewish priests come to Pilate and ask him to let the sepulchre be sealed and guarded, for the dead impostor had declared he would rise again on the third day, and his disciples might steal his body and say he had risen. The guard is set, but an angel descends from heaven, terrifies the soldiers, rolls away the stone, and allows Jesus to escape. Whereupon the Jewish priests give the soldiers money to tell Pilate that they slept at their posts. How, I ask, did those Jewish priests know that Jesus had said, "After 3 days I will rise again"? According to John, chapter 20, verse 9, his very disciples were ignorant of this fact. For as yet they knew not the Scripture, that he must rise again from the dead. Could it be unknown to his intimates, who had been with him day and night for 3 years, in all parts of Palestine? Yet well known to the priests, who had only seen him occasionally during a few days at Jerusalem? There was an earthquake before the angels descended. Would not this have attracted general attention? And is it conceivable that the soldiers would take money to say they had slept at their posts? The punishment for that offence was death. Of what use then was the bribe? Do men sell their honour for what they can never enjoy, and count their lives as a mere trifle in the bargain? Is it conceivable that the priests were so foolish as the story depicts them? Would bribing the soldiers protect them against Christ? If he had risen, he was Lord of life and death. Would they not have abandoned their projects against him, and sought his forgiveness? He who had the power to revive himself had the power to destroy them. The appearances of Jesus, after his resurrection, are grotesque in their self-contradiction. Now he is a pure ghost, suddenly appearing and suddenly vanishing, and entering a room with shut doors. Then he appears as solid flesh and blood, to be felt and handled. He even eats broiled fish and honeycomb. Such conditions are quite irreconcilable. We may imagine a ghost going through a keyhole, but is it possible to imagine broiled fish and honeycomb going through the same aperture? Or is the stomach of a ghost capable of digesting such victuals? Has it never struck you as strange, also, that the risen Christ never appeared to anyone but his disciples? No outsider, no independent witness, ever caught a glimpse of him. The story is a party report to prove a party position, and to maintain a party's interests. Surely, if Christ died for all men, if his resurrection is the pledge of ours, and if our inability to believe it involves our perdition, the fact should have been established beyond all cavil. Christ should have stood before Pilate, who sentenced him to be crucified. He should have confronted the Sanhedrin, who compassed his death. He might even have walked about freely amongst the Jews during the 40 days, more or less, during which, as the New Testament narrates, he flitted about like a hedgerow ghost. He should have made his resurrection as clear as daylight, and he left it as dark as night. To ask what became of the body of Jesus, if he did not rise, is an idle question. There is not the slightest contemporary evidence that his body was an object of concern. On the other hand, however, the story of the Ascension looks like a convenient refuge. To talk of a risen Christ was to invite the question, where is he? The story of the Ascension enabled the talkers to answer, he is gone up. It relieved them from the awkward necessity of producing him. Space does not allow of my discussing the subject more extensively. I could swell this Easter egg into gigantic proportions, but I must leave it as it is. It goes to you with my compliments, and a hope that it will do you good. If it leads any of you to take a thought and mend, if it induces one of you to review the faith of his childhood, if it stirs a rational impulse in a single Christian mind, I shall be amply rewarded for my trouble. Christian fellow citizens, adieu. I remain yours for reason and humanity. End of section 37. Section 38 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series, by George William Foote. Section 38. Duelling. July the 22nd, 1888. One result of the recent duel between Monsieur Floquet and the melodramatic General Boulanger is that Bishop Frepel has moved in the Chamber of Deputies for the legal abolition of private combats. That a bishop should do this is remarkable. If Bishop Ripper possessed any sense of humour, he would leave the task to laymen. His church did not establish duelling. On the contrary, she censured it, but it was countenanced by her principles, and her protest was unavailing. The judicial combat was an appeal to God, like the ordeal by fire or water, or the purgation by oath. The Church patronised those forms of superstition which brought men to her altars, and ministered to her profit and power, and she opposed those superstitions which were inimical to her interest. When legal proofs failed and suits were undecided, when persons were accused of crimes of which they could neither be proved guilty nor held guiltless, or when they lay under gross suspicion of wrong, the Church proffered the ordeal. She invited the litigants, or the suspected parties, to handle hot iron, plunge their arms into boiling liquid, or be thrown into water deep enough to drown them, and if they underwent such treatment without injury, she held them innocent. Another device was the oath. The parties went to the church altar and swore their innocence or the justice of their cause. But all these methods gave room for chicanery. Kings and knights protested that the oath led to indiscriminate perjury, that if the priest's hands were tickled with money, the hot iron was only painted, and that a suitable fee could render the boiling liquid innocuous to the skin of a baby. They therefore drew their swords, exclaiming, "Away with this priestly jugglery! These weapons are better than fire or water or oil, and God can decide the right in single combat, as in the churchman's ordeal." "Is it not true," asked King Gundobald of Bishop Avitus, "that the event of national wars and private combats is directed by the judgment of God, and that his providence awards the victory to the juster cause?" The bishop could not answer no, for if he did, he would have demolished the whole church system of ordeals, so he yielded to the arguments of his sovereign. Single combats, under the Gothic code, were fought according to judicial forms. They were held, Robertson says, as solemn appeals to the omniscience and justice of the Supreme Being. Shakespeare is careful to notice this feature. When Bolingbroke and Norfolk, in Richard II, challenge each other as traitors, the king consents to their duel in the following terms: "At Coventry, upon St. Lambert's Day, there shall your swords and lances arbitrate the swelling difference of your settled hate. Since we cannot atone you, we shall see justice design the victor's chivalry." Modern duelling is thus a survival of the old judicial combat. The point of honour is the excuse for a practice which has lost its original sanction. The appeal to God is forgotten, and the duellists talk of satisfaction. Illogical, no doubt, but this is only one of many customs that survive their original meaning. Now the Church cannot hold itself guiltless in regard to this folly. She cherished the superstition on which it rested. She taught the policy of appealing to God, and only frowned on the particular method which brought no grist to her mill. Her own methods were still more senseless. Unless the laws of nature were constantly subverted, her ordeals must have operated at random when they were not regulated by fraud. The hand of guilt might be harder than that of innocence, and more likely to bear a moment's contact with hot iron or boiling oil. Besides, as Montesquieu observes, the poltroon stood the poorest chance in the judicial combat, and the poltroon was more likely to be guilty than the man of courage. The weak, of course, were at the mercy of the strong, but in one point at least the combat had an obvious advantage over the other ordeals. How amusing it must have been to a sceptic, if such then existed, to see the opposition between the nobles and the clergy. The nobles said, "Fight," and the clergy cried, "That is impious." The clergy said, "Swear," and the nobles cried, "That is sacrilege and leads to perjury." No less amusing was the turn which combat took in Spain in the 11th century. There was a struggle between the Latin and the Gothic liturgy, Aragon yielded to the papal pressure, but Castile thought the contest should be decided by the sword. Accordingly, Mosheim tells us, 2 champions were chosen. They fought, and the Latin liturgy was defeated. But the Romish party was not satisfied. The 2 liturgies were thrown into a fire, and the result of the ordeal was another triumph for the Goths. Still, the divine decisions are frail when opposed to the interests of the Church. Queen Constantia, who controlled King Alfonso, sided with the Pontiff of Rome, and the priest and the lady carried the day. Though incorporated in the judicial system of Christendom, the duel is scorned by the Turks, and was unknown to the Greeks and Romans. Lord Bacon remarks this in one of his admirable law tracts. All memory doth consent that Greece and Rome were the most valiant and generous nations of the world, and that which is more to be noted, they were free estates, and not under a monarchy, whereby a man would think it a great deal the more reason the particular persons should have righted themselves, and yet they had not this practice of duels, nor anything that bear show thereof. Charge against duels. Bacon observes that the most valorous and generous nations scorn this practice. Why then did it obtain so long in Christendom? Was it because the northern and western nations were cowardly and selfish? Nothing of the kind. It was because they were superstitious, and their superstition was cherished by the Church. Even at the present day, the Church calls international combat an appeal to God. Regimental banners are consecrated by priests, and laid up in temples when dilapidated, and Catholic and Protestant priests alike implore victory for their respective sides in time of war. And why not? Is not the Bible God, the Lord of hosts, and a man of war? Did he not teach David's fingers to fight? Were not Joshua and Jehu, the 2 greatest tigers in history, his chosen generals? Why then should he be averse to international butchery in Europe? Should he not rejoice in the next bloody cockpit of featherless bipeds? And is it not hard to see his infinite appetite for blood reduced to content itself with an occasional duel, in which not enough of the sanguine fluid is shed to make a small black pudding? Bishop Heupel is ill-advised. He should not rob his deity of his last consolation. End of section 38. Section 39 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Algie Pug. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series, by George William Foote. Section 39. Down Among the Dead Men. July 2nd, 1893. The ramming and sinking of the Victoria is the great event of the day. It is said to show the uselessness of big ironclads in naval warfare, but as the Camperdown, which sent the Victoria to the bottom in a few minutes, has herself sustained very little damage, it looks as though rams were anything but inefficient. There has never yet been an engagement between 2 fleets of ironclads, and no one knows how they would behave in an actual battle. Our own impression is that both fleets would go to the bottom, and this opinion is shared by a good many practical persons at Portsmouth and Devonport. However that may be, it is a great pity that civilized nations are still so uncivilized as to spend their time and money on these costly engines of destruction. We are well aware that the newspapers go into hysterics over our soldiers and sailors, and, no doubt, many of them are very gallant fellows. But in this, we venture to think, they do not represent the masses of the people. Never have we witnessed such a deep and sincere enthusiasm as was displayed by the crowd of spectators at the Agricultural Hall, while the American, Portuguese, and English firemen were going through their evolutions. The business of these fine fellows was to save life. They incurred the deadliest danger for human preservation, and not for human destruction. And how the people cheered them as they rode upon their engines drawn by galloping horses! With what breathless interest they watched them climbing up ladders, sliding down ropes, and bearing men on their backs out of third-floor windows! It did one good to watch the proceedings, which showed that a new spirit was taking possession of the people, that they were beginning to be more interested in the savers than in the slayers of men. But all this is a digression. Let us return to the Victoria. She is now in 80 fathoms of water, with her hundreds of dead. Poor fellows, theirs was a sad fate, though not more so than the fate of miners blasted or suffocated in explosive pits. We pity their dear ones, mothers, sisters, wives, and children. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of hearts are aching on their account, mourning for the dead who will never be buried under the sweet churchyard grass, though they have the whole ocean for their tomb and the stars for its night lamps. On Sunday, of course, the sky pilots all over England were busy at improving the occasion. They always make a profit out of death and disaster. "Prepare to meet thy God," was the lesson which most of them derived from this catastrophe. Of course, the preachers are ready themselves. Who can doubt it? But they are in no hurry to have it tested. They do not want to meet their God until they are obliged to. It is so much better to be a commercial traveller in God's service than to take a situation in the house. Some of the preachers dared to talk about Providence, the sweet little cherub that sits up aloft to watch o'er the life of poor Jack, and lets him go to the bottom or furnish a dinner for sharks. Surely that Providence is a rare old fraud. A cripple, a paralytic, a sleeper, a dead man could have done as much for the Victoria as Providence managed to do. "Oh," it is said, "but the drowned sailors are gone to heaven. Providence looked after them in that way." Indeed! Then why do you lament over them? Still more, why do you congratulate the survivors? According to your theory, they have missed a slice of good luck. We have frequently remarked, and we now repeat, that religion is based upon the bedrock of selfishness, and nothing proves the truth of this so clearly and so convincingly as the talk that people indulge in about Providence. For instance, take this telegram, which is printed in the newspapers as having been sent home to a gentleman in England. "Jack saved. Awful affair. Thank God." This telegram was written hastily, but it was sincere. The writer had no time to drop into hypocrisy. Jack saved was his first thought. That is, Jack is still on earth and out of heaven. Awful affair was his second thought. That is, a lot of other poor devils are gone to heaven. Anyhow, they are no longer on earth. Thank God was his third thought. That is, Jack's all right. Thus it was 2 for our Jack and 1 for all the hundreds who perished. It may be pointed out, too, that thank God comes in the wrong place. Where it stands, it seems to thank God for the calamity. Yes, so it does, if we look at the mere composition. But the order of the ejaculations is all right, if we look at the sentiment, the pious sentiment of the person who wrote the telegram. He followed the logic of his personal feelings, like everyone else who thanks God and talks of Providence. Season and personal feeling often do not coincide. In this case, for instance, it requires a very slight exercise of the intellect to see that if Providence saved Jack, Providence drowned the rest. No, some will reply, Providence did not drown them, but only let them drown. Well, that is exactly the same thing. Superficially, it is the same thing, for Providence, like men, is responsible for omissions as well as commissions. If you let a blind man walk over a precipice without warning him, you are his murderer, you are guilty of his blood. Resolving not to do a thing is as much an act of will as resolving to do it. Thou shalt is a law as imperative as thou shalt not, though it does not figure in the Decalogue. Profoundly also, as well as superficially, Providence, if it saved Jack, killed those who perished. For, as Jack was not visibly fished out of the water by Providence, it can only be held that Providence saved him on the ground that Providence does everything, which covers the whole of our contention. I, the Lord, do all these things. So says the Bible, and so you must believe, if you have a God at all. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in November 2020. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series, by George William Foote. Section 40. Smirching a Hero. He who fights with priests may make up his mind to have his poor good name torn and befouled by the most infamous lies and the most cutting slanders. Heine. The great poet and wit, Heinrich Heine, from whom we select a motto for this article, was not very partial to Englishmen, and still less partial to Scotchmen. He had no objection to their human nature, but a strong objection to their religion, which so resembles that of the chosen people, being, indeed, chiefly modelled on the Old Testament pattern, that he was led to describe them as modern Jews, who only differed from the ancient ones in eating pork. Doubtless, a great improvement has taken place since Heine penned that pungent description, but Scotland is still the home of orthodoxy and most inaccessible to liberal ideas, unless they wear a political garb. It need not astonish us, therefore, that a bitter attack on a freethought martyr like Giordano Bruno should emanate from the land of John Knox, or that it should appear in the distinctly national magazine which is called the Scottish Review. The writer does not disclose his name, and this is a characteristic circumstance. He indulges his malevolence and airs his ignorance under a veil of anonymity. His stabs are delivered like those of a bravo who hides his face as he deals his treacherous blow. Many books and articles have been written on Giordano Bruno, but this writer seems ignorant of them all, except the recent volume by a Romish priest of the Society of Jesus, which he places at the top of his article and relies upon throughout as an infallible authority. It does not occur to him that an account of Bruno by a Jesuit member of the church which murdered him is hardly likely to be impartial. Nor does he send anything suspicious in the fact that the documents reporting Bruno's trial were all written by the Inquisition. He would probably sniff at a report of the trial of Jesus Christ by the scribes and Pharisees, yet that is precisely the kind of document on which he relies to blast the memory of Bruno. Some of those Inquisition records he translates, apparently fancying he is making a revelation, though. They have long been before the scholarly public, and were extensively cited in The English Life of Bruno by I. Frith, which saw the light more than 12 months ago. Berti reprinted the documents of Bruno's trial in Venice in 1880, so that the startling revelations of Father Previti are at least 7 years behind the fair. Before dealing, however, with the use he would make of those documents, we think it best to track this Scotch slanderer throughout his slimy course, and expose his astonishing mixture of ignorance, impudence, and meanness. Let us take 2 instances of the last virtue first. He actually condescends to attempt a feeble point in regard to Bruno's name. Bruno, he sagely observes, with an air of originality only intelligible on the ground that he is conscious of writing for the veriest ignoramuses, is the same as Brown, and hence, if we take the baptismal name of Filippo Bruno, it simply means Philip Brown. Well, what of that? What's in a name? One great English poet rejoiced in the vulgar name of Johnson. 2 other English poets bore the no less vulgar name of Thomson, while at least 2 have descended so low as Smith. We might even remind the Orthodox libeller that Joshua, the Jewish form of Jesus, was as common as Jack is among ourselves. Perhaps the reminder will sound blasphemous in his delicate ears, but fact is fact, and if reputations are to depend on names, we may as well be impartial. Now for our second instance. Bruno was betrayed to the Venetian Inquisition by Count Mocenigo, while he was that nobleman's guest. Mocenigo had invited him to Venice in order that he might learn what this writer calls his peculiar system for developing and strengthening the memory, although this peculiar system was simply the Lullian method. What the nobleman really wanted to learn seems to have been the black art. He complained, and Bruno resolved to leave him, whereupon the nobleman, who had harbored Bruno for months, forcibly detained him and denounced him to the Inquisition as a heretic and a blasphemer. A more dastardly action is difficult to conceive, but our Scotch libeller is ready to defend it, or at least to give it a coat of whitewash. He allows that Mocenigo does not appear to have been animated with the motive of religious zeal, and that his conscience never troubled him before the personal difference. But he discovers a plea for this Judas in his sworn statement to the Inquisition that he did not suspect Bruno of being a monk until the very day of their quarrel. What miserable sophistry! Would not a man who violated the most sacred laws of friendship and hospitality be quite capable of telling a lie? Still more miserable is the remark that Bruno was not ultimately tried on Mocenigo's denunciations, but on his own published writings. Jesus Christ was not tried on the denunciations of Judas Iscariot, but on his own public utterances. Yet whoever pleaded that this gave a sweeter savour to the traitor's kiss? So much, though more might be said, for the writer's meanness. Now for his other virtues, and especially his ignorance. After dwelling on the battle at Rome over the proposal to erect a public monument to Bruno, this writer tells us that a small literature is arising on the subject, and that the name of Bruno is suddenly invested with an importance which it never formerly possessed. Apparently he is unaware that, so far from a small literature arising, a large Bruno literature has long existed. He has only to turn to the end of Frith's book, and he will find an alphabetical list of books, articles, and criticisms on Bruno, filling no less than 10 pages of small type. He might also enlighten his ridiculous darkness by reading the fine chapter in Lewis's History of Philosophy, Mr. Swinburne's 2 noble sonnets, and Professor Tyndall's glowing eulogy of Bruno's scientific prescience in the famous Belfast Address. Perhaps Hallam, Schwegler, Hegel, Bunsen, and Cousin are too recondite for the Scotch libeller's perusal, but he might, at any rate, look up Lewis, Swinburne, and Tyndall, who are probably accessible in his local free library. What on earth, too, does he mean by Bruno's great obscurity when he returned to Italy and fell into the jaws of the Inquisition? Every scholar in that age was more or less obscure, for the multitude was illiterate, and sovereigns and soldiers monopolized the public attention. But as notoriety then went, Bruno was a famous figure. Proof of this will be given presently. Meanwhile, we may notice the cheap sneer at Bruno as a social and literary failure. Shelley was a literary failure in his lifetime, but he is hardly so now, and if Bruno was poor and unappreciated, time has adjusted the balance, for after the lapse of 3 centuries he is loved and hated by the rival parties of progress and reaction. Now let us disprove the Scotch libeller's statements as to the extreme obscurity in which Giordano Bruno lived and died. Bruno was so obscure that he fled from Naples and doffed his priest's raiment at the age of 28 or 29, because his superiors were proceeding against him for heresy, through an act of accusation which comprised no less than 130 counts. He was so obscure that the rest of his life was a prolonged flight from persecution. He was so obscure that the Calvinists hunted him out of Geneva, whence he narrowly escaped with his life, the documents relating to the proceedings against him being still preserved by the Genevan archives. He was so obscure that he took a professorship at Toulouse and publicly lectured there to large audiences for more than a year. He was so obscure that King Henry III made him professor extraordinary at Paris and excused him from attending Mass. He was so obscure that the learned doctors of the Sorbonne waxed wroth with him and made it obvious that his continued stay in Paris would be dangerous to his health. He was so obscure that he lived for nearly 3 years as the guest of the French ambassador in London. He was so obscure that he was known at the court of Elizabeth. He was so obscure that he was a friend of Sir Philip Sidney and an intimate associate of Dyer, Fulk Greville, and the chief wits of his age. He was so obscure that he was allowed, as a distinguished foreigner, to lecture at Oxford and to hold a public disputation on the Aristotelian philosophy before the Chancellor and the University. He was so obscure that on his return to Paris he held another public disputation under the auspices of the king. He was so obscure that his orations were listened to by the Senate of the University of Wittenberg. He was so obscure that he was publicly excommunicated by the zealot Boetius. He was so obscure that the Venetian Inquisition broke through its stern rule and handed him over as a special favor to the Inquisition of Rome. He was so obscure that he was at last butchered to make a Roman holiday, the cardinals having presided at his trial, and his sentence being several pages at length. Such was the obscurity in which Giordano Bruno lived and died. The Scotch libeller hints that Bruno was not burnt after all. He forgets, or he is ignorant of the fact, that all doubt on that point is removed by the 3 papers discovered in the Vatican Library. He merely repeats the insinuation of M. Deduis, which has lost its extremely small measure of plausibility since the discovery of those documents. The martyrdom of Bruno is much better attested than the crucifixion. There always was contemporary evidence as well as unbroken tradition, and now we have proofs as complete as can be adduced for any event in history. From the documentary evidence it is clear that Bruno fought hard for his life, and he would have been a fool or a suicide to have acted otherwise. He bent all his dialectical skill and all his subtle intellect to the task of proving that religion and philosophy were distinct, and that so long as a scholar conformed in practice, he should be allowed the fullest liberty of speculation. The Inquisition, however, pretends that he abjured all his errors, and the Scotch libeller is pleased to say he recanted. But in that case, why was Bruno burnt alive at the stake? According to the laws of the Inquisition, all who reconciled themselves to the Church after sentence were strangled before they were burnt. And why was Bruno allowed a week's grace before his execution, except to give him the opportunity of recanting? Despite all this Jesuitical special pleading, the fact remains that Bruno was sentenced and burned as an incorrigible heretic, and the fact also remains that when the crucifix was held up for him to kiss as he stood amidst the flames, he rejected it, as Scopius wrote, with a terrible menacing countenance. Not only did he hurl scorn at his judges, telling them that they passed his sentence with more fear than he heard it, but his last words were that he died a martyr and willingly. Diceva che moriva martire e volontieri. Bruno is further charged by the Scotch libeller with servility, an accusation about as plausible as that Jesus Christ was a highwayman. A passage is cited from Bruno's high-flown panegyric on Henry III as a specimen of the language he was prepared to employ towards the great when there was anything to be got from them. Either this writer is ineffably ignorant, or his impudence is astounding. In the first place, that was an age of high-flown dedications. Look at Bacon's fulsome dedication of his Advancement of Learning to James I. Nay, look at the dedication of our English Bible to the same monarch, who is put very little below God Almighty, and compared to the sun for strength and glory. In the next place, Bruno's praise of Henry III was far from mercenary. He never at any time had more than bread to eat. He was grateful to the king for protection, and his gratitude never abated. When Henry was in ill repute, Bruno still praised him, and these panegyrics were put into one of the counts against the heretic when he was arraigned at Venice. The last libel is extorted from Bruno's comedy Il Candelaio. The Scotch Puritan actually sensed something obscene in the very title, to which we can only reply by parodying Carlyle, "The nose smells what it brings." As for the comedy itself, it must be judged by the standard of its age. Books were then all written for men, and reticence was unknown. Yet, free as Il Candelaio is sometimes in its portrayal of contemporary manners, it does not approach scores of works which are found in every gentleman's library. It certainly is not freer than Shakespeare. It is less free than the Song of Solomon. It is infinitely less free than Ezekiel. Nor was the comedy the work of Bruno's maturity. It was written in his youth, while he was a priest, before he fell under grave suspicion of heresy, and we may be sure it was relished by his brother priests in the Dominican monastery. To draw from this youthful jeu d'esprit, a theory of Bruno's attitude towards women is a grotesque absurdity. We have his fine sonnets written in England, especially the one inscribed to the most virtuous and delightful ladies, in which he celebrates the beauty, sweetness, and chastity of our English spouses and daughters of angelic birth. Still more striking is the eulogy in his Canticle of the Shining Ones. Bruno, like every poet, was susceptible to love, but he was doomed to wonder, and the affection of wife and babes was not for him. So he made philosophy his mistress, and his devotion led him to the stake. Surely there was a prescience of his fate in the fine apostrophe of his heroic rapture. O worthy love of the beautiful! O desire for the divine! Lend me thy wings, bring me to the dayspring, to the clearness of the young morning, and the outrage of the rabble, the storms of time, the slings and arrows of fortune, shall fall upon this tender body, and shall weld it to steel. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Flowers of Freethought, second series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Flowers of Freethought, second series, by George William Foote. Section 41. Kit Marlowe and Jesus Christ. December 1888. Christopher Marlowe, whose mighty line was celebrated by Ben Jonson, is one of the glories of English literature. He was the morning star of our drama, which gives us the highest place in modern poetry. He definitively made our blank verse, which it only remained for Shakespeare to improve with his infinite variety. And although his daring, passionate genius was extinguished at the early age of 29, it has reverent admirers among the best and greatest critics of English literature. Many meaner luminaries have had their monuments, while Marlowe's claims have been neglected. But there is now a project on foot to erect something in honour of his memory, and the committee includes the names of Robert Browning and Algernon Swinburne. This project evokes a howl from an anonymous Christian in the columns of the Pall Mall Gazette. He protests against the grotesque indecency of such a scheme and stigmatizes Marlowe as a disreputable scamp who lived a scandalous life and died a disgraceful death. That Marlowe was a scamp we have on the authority of those who denounced his scepticism and held him up as a frightful warning. His fellow poets, like Chapman and Drayton, spoke of him with esteem. An anonymous eulogist called him Kind Kit Marlowe, and Edward Blunt, his friend and publisher, said the impression of the man hath been dear unto us, living an afterlife in our memory. Assuredly Shakespeare's Dead Shepherd was no scamp. He apparently sowed his wild oats like hundreds of other young men who were afterwards lauded by the orthodox. He was fond of a glass of wine in an age when tea and coffee were unknown, and English ladies drank beer for breakfast. And if he perished in a sudden brawl, it was at a time when everyone wore arms, and swords and daggers were readily drawn in the commonest quarrels. Nor should it be forgotten that he belonged to a vagabond class, half outlawed and denounced by the clergy, that the drama was only then in its infancy, that it was difficult to earn bread by writing even immortal plays, and that irregularity of life was natural in a career whose penury was only diversified by haphazard successes. After all is said, Marlowe was no man's enemy but his own. It is simply preposterous to judge him by the social customs of a more fastidious and, let us add, a more hypocritical age. Our Christian protester is shocked at the suggestion that the Marlowe Memorial should be placed in Westminster Abbey, an edifice which, I believe, was originally built to the honour of Jesus Christ. The blasphemies of Voltaire, he says, pale into insignificance when compared with those of Marlowe. He deliberately accused Jesus Christ and his personal followers of crimes which are justly considered unmentionable in any civilized community, and any monument which may be erected in honour of Christopher Marlowe will be a deliberate insult to Christ. Now those blasphemies are set forth in the accusation of an informer, one Richard Bame, who was hanged at Tyburn the next year for some mortal offence. Marlowe's death prevented his arrest, and it is somewhat extravagant, not to give it a harsher epithet, to write as though the accusation had been substantiated in a legal court. One of Bame's statements about Marlowe's itch for coining is, upon the face of it, absurd, and the whole document is open to the gravest suspicion. It is highly probable, however, that Marlowe, who was a notorious free thinker, was not very guarded in his private conversation, and we have no doubt that in familiar intercourse, which a mercenary or malicious eavesdropper might overhear, he indulged in what Christians regard as blasphemy. Like 9 out of 10 unbelievers, he very likely gave vent to pleasantries on the subject of Christian dogmas. There is nothing incredible in his having said that Moses was but a juggler, that the New Testament is filthily written, Mr. Swinburne called it canine Greek, or that all Protestants are hypocritical asses. But whether he really did say that the women of Samaria were no better than they should be, that Jesus' leaning on John's bosom at the Last Supper was a questionable action, that Mary's honour was doubtful, and Jesus an illegitimate child, cannot be decided before the day of judgment. Though, in any case, we fail to see that such things make the blasphemies of Voltaire pale into insignificance. We candidly admit, however, that a memorial to Marlowe would be incongruous in Westminster Abbey if Darwin were not buried there. But after admitting the high priest of evolution, it seems paltry to shriek at the admission of other unbelievers. It will not do to blink the fact of Marlowe's atheism, as is done by the two gentlemen who took up the cudgels on his behalf in the Pall Mall Gazette. Setting aside the accusation of that precious informer, there is other evidence of Marlowe's heresy. Green reproached him for his scepticism, and every editor has remarked that his plays are heathenish in spirit. Lamb not only calls attention to the fact that Marlowe is said to have been tainted with atheistical positions, but remarks that Barabbas the Jew and Faustus the Conjurer are offsprings of a mind which at least delighted to dally with interdicted subjects. They both talk a language which a believer would have been tender of putting into the mouth of a character though but in fiction. Dice could not resist the conviction that Marlowe's impiety was confirmed and daring. His extreme free thought is also noticed by Mr. Bullen and Mr. Havelock Ellis. There is indeed no room for a rational doubt on this point. Marlowe was an atheist. But a sincere Christian, like Robert Browning, is nevertheless ready to honour Marlowe's genius. Quite as ready, in fact, as Algernon Swinburne, whose impiety is no less confirmed and daring than Marlowe's own. There is Freemasonry among poets. Their opinions may differ, but they are all sealed of the tribe. And surely we may all admire genius as a natural and priceless distinction, apart from all considerations of system and creed. What atheist fails to reverence the greatness of Milton? And why should not a Christian reverence the greatness of Marlowe? If creed stands in the way, the Christian may keep his Dante and his Milton, his Cowper and his Wordsworth, but he loses Shakespeare, Byron and Shelley. He loses Goethe and Victor Hugo. Nay, he loses Homer, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Pindar, Lucretius, Virgil, Horace, and all the splendid poets of Persia whose lyres have sounded under the Mohammedan crescent. The distinctively Christian poets, as the world goes, are in a very decided minority, and it is a piece of grotesque impudence to ban Christopher Marlowe because he declined to echo the conventional praises of Jesus Christ. End of section 41, recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 42 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tommy Hersant, Carlsbad, California. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series by George William Foote. Section 42, Jehovah the Ripper. November 1888. The Whitechapel monster has once more startled and horrified London, and again he has left absolutely no clue to his identity. He is the mystery of mysteries. He comes and goes like a ghost. Murder marks his appearance, but that is all we know of him. The rest is silence. The police, the vigilance societies, and the private detectives are all baffled. They can only stare at each other in blind dismay, as helpless as the poor victims of the fiend's performances. All sorts of theories are started, but they are all in the air, the wild conjectures of irresponsible imaginations. All sorts of stories are afloat, but they contradict each other. As for the descriptions of the monster, it is easy enough to say that the police have advertised for 9 or 10 wanted gentlemen of various heights, dimensions, colors, and costumes, who are all the very same person. We have no desire to dabble in murder, nor do we aspire to turn an honest penny by the minute description of bodily mutilations. But while the Whitechapel atrocities are engaging the public attention, we are tempted to contribute our quota of speculation as to the monster's identity. We thought of doing so before, but we reflected that it was perfectly useless while such a pig-headed person as Sir Charles Warren was at the head of the police. Now, however, that he is gone, and there is a chance of common-sense suggestions being fairly considered, we venture to propound our theory in the hope that it will at least be treated on its merits. Well now, to the point. Our theory is that the Whitechapel murderer is... Whom? The reader cries. Wait a while. Brace up your nerves for the dread intelligence. The East End fiend, the Whitechapel devil, the slaughterer and mutilator of women is Jehovah. Blasphemous is shouted from a million throats. But science is used to such shriekings. We pause till the noise subsides, and then proceed to point out that our theory fulfills the grand condition of fitting in with all the facts. The Whitechapel murderer is shrouded in mystery. So is Jehovah. The Whitechapel murderer comes no one knows whence, and goes no one knows whither. So does Jehovah. The Whitechapel murderer appears in different disguises. So does Jehovah. The Whitechapel murderer's movements baffle all vigilance. So do Jehovah's. The Whitechapel murderer comes and goes, appears and disappears, with the celerity and noiselessness of a ghost. So does Jehovah, who is a ghost. Thus far, then, the similarity is marvelously close, and a prima facie case of identity is established. It will very likely be objected that Jehovah is incapable of such atrocities, but this is the misconception of ignorance, or the politeness of hypocrisy. Jehovah has written his autobiography, and on his own confession, his murderous exploits were very similar to those of the Whitechapel terror. Appealing to that incontrovertible authority, we propose to show that he has every disposition to commit these enormities. According to his own history of himself, Jehovah is passionately fond of bloodshed. The sanguine fluid which courses in our veins is the only thing that appeases him. Without shedding of blood, he tells us through the pen of St. Paul, there is no remission of any debts owing to him. He called on Abraham, his friend, to stick a knife into his own son. He slew the firstborn of every family in Egypt in a single night. He accepted the blood of a young virgin offered him by Jephthah. He slew 50,070 men at Beth-Shemesh for looking into his private trunk. He ordered his chosen friends, a famous set of banditti, to exterminate men, women, children, and even animals, and to leave alive nothing that breatheth. He massacred 70,000 citizens of Palestine because their king took a census, a social experiment to which he has a rooted antipathy. He had a house especially built for him, and gave orders that it should daily be drenched with blood, according to one of his candid friends, Archdeacon Farrar, quote, "The floor must literally have swum with blood, and under the blaze of eastern sunlight the burning of fat and flesh on the large blazing altar must have been carried on amid heaps of sacrificial foulness, offal and skins and thick smoke and steaming putrescence." Unquote. On one occasion, when, in a state of murderous frenzy, he cried out, "I will make mine arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh." Jehovah's passion for bloodshed is proved out of his own mouth. Let us now see his love of mutilation. He generally did this by proxy, and enjoyed the spectacle without undergoing the trouble. Some of his friends took a gentleman named Abani Bezek and cut off his thumbs and his great toes. Wishing to kill a certain Eglon, the king of Moab, he sent an adventurer called Ehud with a present from Jehovah. The present turned out to be an 18-inch knife, which Ehud thrust into Eglon's belly, a part of the body on which the Whitechapel murderer is fond of experimenting. Jehovah's friend David, a man after his own heart, mutilated no less than 400 men and gave their foreskins to his wife as a dowry. Incurring Jehovah's displeasure and wishing to conciliate him, he attacked certain cities, captured their inhabitants, and cut them in pieces with saws, axes, and harrows. Jehovah is particularly savage towards females. He cursed a woman for eating an apple, and instead of killing her on the spot, he determined to torture her every time she became a mother. A friend of his, and we judge people by their friends, cut a woman up into 12 pieces and sent them to various addresses by parcels delivery. Another of his friends, called Menahem, made a raid on a certain territory, and, quote, all the women therein that were with child he ripped up, unquote. Jehovah himself, being angry with the people of Samaria, promised to slay them with the sword, dash their infants to pieces, and rip up their pregnant women. No doubt he fulfilled his promise, and he would scarcely have made it if he had not been accustomed to such atrocities. It appears to us, therefore, that he is fully entitled to the name of Jehovah the Ripper. We have not exhausted our evidence. Far more could be adduced, but we hope this will suffice. It may, of course, be objected that Jehovah has reformed, that he is too old for midnight adventures, that he has lost his savage cunning, and that his son keeps a sharp eye on the aged assassin. But the ruling passion is never really conquered. It is even, as the proverb says, strong in death. We venture, therefore, to suggest that the Whitechapel murderer is Jehovah, and although keen eyes may detect a few superficial flaws in our theory, for what theory is perfect till it is demonstrated, we protest that it marvelously covers the facts of the case and is infinitely superior to any other theory that has hitherto been broached. End of section 42. Reading by Tommy Hersant, Carlsbad, California. Section 43 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tommy Hersant, Carlsbad, California. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series by George William Foote, Section 43, The Parson's Living Wage, December 1893. In our last week's article, we criticized the attitude of the churches towards the working classes, with a special reference to the late Conference of Representatives of Christian Churches in the Jerusalem Chamber. It will be remembered that the conference was a ridiculous fiasco. The upshot of it was simply and absolutely nothing. The Christian gentlemen there assembled could not bring themselves to pass a resolution in favor of a living wage for the workers. Mr. Hugh Price Hughes, in particular, asserted that no one could define it, and the discussion was therefore a waste of time. But suppose the question had been one of a living wage for the sky pilots. Would not a minimum figure have been speedily decided? 30 shillings a week would have been laughed at. 2 pounds would have been treated as an absurdity. Men of God, who have to live while they cultivate the Lord's vineyard, want a more substantial share of the good things of this world. Nothing satisfies them but the certainty of something very valuable in this life, as well as the promise of the life that is to come. No doubt is entertained in the clerical mind as to the laborer being worthy of his hire, but they give their first attention to the clerical laborer, partly because they know him most intimately and have a deep concern for his secular welfare, and partly because charity begins at home, and looking after one's self is the primary law of Christian prudence. A burning and a shining light among the nonconformists of the last generation was the famous Mr. Binney, a shrewd preacher who published a book on how to make the best of both worlds. We believe he combined precept and practice. At any rate, he expounded a principle which has always had the devotion of the great bulk of Christian ministers. These gentry have made the best of both worlds. Most of them have been comfortably assured of good positions in kingdom come, and most of them have been comfortably provided for in this land of pilgrimage, this scene of tribulation, this miserable vale of tears. Come rain or shine, they have had little cause for complaint. Hard work has rarely brought them to a premature old age. Famine has never driven them into untimely graves. Even the worst paid has had a hope of a better thing. There were fine plums in the profession which might drop into watering mouths. What if the curate had little pocket money and a small account at the tailor's, with a large account at the shoemaker's, through excessive peregrinations on Shank's mare? There was a vicarage, a deanery, a bishopric in perspective. A fat purse might be dandled some day, and the well-exercised limbs repose gracefully in a carriage and pair. If the worst came to the worst, one might marry a patron's daughter, and get the reversion of the living, or even snap up the 9th daughter of a bishop, and make sure of some preferment. Yes, the clericals, taking them all together, have had a very good living wage. After all these centuries, it is high time they begin to think about the comfort of the other classes of the community. And yet, after all, is there not something indecent in their talking about a living wage for the workers? Are they not parasites upon the said workers? Have they not also had ever so many centuries of dominance? Is it not disgraceful that at this time of day there should be any need to discuss a living wage for the workers in a Christian civilization? Really, the clerical should not, in this reckless way, invite attention to their past sins and present shortcomings. If they stand up for the workers now, It shows that they have not stood up for the workers before. They have been so many hundreds of years thinking about it, or rather not thinking about it. It is interest, nothing but interest, which informs their new policy. They always find out what pays. Never did they fight a forlorn hope or die for a lost cause. As the shadow follows the sun, so priests follow the sun of prosperity. They are the friends of power, whoever wields it, of wealth, whoever owns it. When they talk about the rights of the people, it means that they feel the king times are ending. Byron said they would end nearly 100 years ago. Blood would flow like water, he said, and tears would fall like rain. But the people would triumph in the end. Yes, and the end is near. The people are triumphing, and the fact is visible to the very owls and bats of theology. But let us return to the living wage business. There were several bishops at the Jerusalem chamber meeting, and in view of their incomes, their patronage of the working man is simply disgusting. Pah! An ounce of civet, good apothecary. The bishops smell to heaven. Whatever they say is an insult to the miners because they say it. The living wage of the poorest bishop would keep 50 miners' families. That of the richest would keep 200. Nay, the bishops say, we are poorer than you think. Only the other day, the Archbishop of Canterbury stated that most of the bishops spent more than they received. Indeed, then the age of miracles is not past. By what superhuman power do they make up the deficiency? We tell the Archbishop that he lies. It is not a polite answer, we admit, but it is a true one. And this is a case where good plain Saxon is most appropriate. Edward White Benson forgets that bishops die. Their wills are proved like the wills of other mortals, and the probate office keeps the record. Of course, it is barely possible, that is, it is conceivable that bishops' executors make false returns and pay probate duty on fanciful estates. But the probability is that they do nothing of the kind. Now, some years ago, in 1886, the Reverend Mercer Davies, formerly chaplain of Westminster Hospital, issued a pamphlet entitled The Bishops and Their Wealth, in which he gave a table of the English and Welsh prelates deceased from 1856 to 1885, with the amount of personalty proved at their death. Of one bishop he could find no particulars. It was Samuel Hines of Norwich, who resigned as a disbeliever and died poor. The 39 others left behind them collectively the sum of £2,105,000, this being exclusive of any real estate they may have possessed, and exclusive also of any sums invested in policies of life assurance or otherwise settled for the benefit of their families. Divide the amounts of their mere personalty by 39, and you have £54,000 apiece. This is how the bishops spend more than they receive. One of these days we will go to the trouble and expense of bringing the list up to date. Meanwhile, it may be noted that there is no falling off in the figures towards 1885. No less than 5 bishops died in that year, and they left the following personalities: £72,000, £85,000, £29,000, £85,000, £19,000, which more than maintain the average. So much for the poor bishops. As for the rest of the clergy, it is enough to say that the church they belong to has a total revenue of about £10 million a year. Probably twice that sum is spent on the sky pilots of all denominations, which is more than is received in wages by all the miners in Great Britain. It is a fair calculation that the average sky pilot is 6 times better paid than the average miner. Yet the latter works hard in the bowels of the earth to provide real coals for real consumers, while the former is occupied in open air and daylight in damping down the imaginary fires of an imaginary hell. It is easy to see which is the more useful functionary, just as it is easy to see which is the better paid. Let us hope that the miners and all other workers will lay these facts to heart and act accordingly. There are too many drones in England living on the common produce of labor. The number of them should be diminished, and a beginning should be made with the mystery men. Were the great black army disbanded and turned into the ranks of productive industry, the evils of society would begin to disappear, for those evils are chiefly the result of too much energy and attention being devoted to the problematical next life, and too little to the real interests of our earthly existence. We should also be spared the wretched spectacle of the well-paid drones of theology maundering over the question of a living wage for the honest men who do the laborious work of the world. End of section 43. Reading by Tommy Hersant, Carlsbad, California.
Section 44 of Flowers of Freethought, 2nd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Flowers of Freethought, 2nd Series by George William Foote, Section 44, Did Bradlaugh Backslide, November 19, 1893. The Freethinker for October 22nd contains a bright article by Mr. George Standring, giving an account of a Sunday service which he attended at the famous Wesley Chapel in the City Road. The preacher on that occasion was the Reverend Allen Rees, and the theme of his discourse was the death of the National Reformer. Amongst other more or less questionable remarks, there was one made by the reverend gentleman, which the reporter very justly criticized. What was said by Mr. Rees was recorded as follows by Mr. Standring. Indeed, there was reason to believe that Charles Bradlaugh had himself materially modified his views before his death, that his atheism became weaker as he grew older. Mr. Isaac Holden had told him, Mr. Rees, that Mr. Bradlaugh had often spoken to him privately in the House of Commons upon religious matters, and had admitted that the conversion of his brother had profoundly impressed him. Mr. Bradlaugh had often said to Sir Isaac Holden that he often wished he were half as good a man as his brother. To anyone at all acquainted with the relations that existed between Mr. Bradlaugh and his brother, the last clause of Mr. Rees's statement is sufficient to stamp the whole of it as false and absurd. Without going into details, it is enough to say that Mr. Bradlaugh simply could not speak of his brother in this manner. It is absolutely beyond the bounds of possibility. And as Sir Isaac Colton is the authority throughout, the entire passage about Mr. Bradlaugh would have to be dismissed with contempt. Mr. Standring sent Mr. Rees a marked copy of the Freethinker and intimated that space would probably be afforded him for a correction or an explanation. Mrs. Bradlaugh Bonner was also communicated with, and she immediately wrote to Mr. Rees on the subject. The reverend gentleman replied that he had made no positive statements as to any change of view on the part of Mr. Bradlaugh. He had nothing to add and nothing to retract, but to prevent a misunderstanding, he enclosed a verbatim copy of the passage in his sermon to which she referred. It ran as follows: "As a rule, men who profess atheism do not become stronger in their belief as time goes on. I think I may almost say that this was true of Mr. Bradlaugh. Sir Isaac Holden has told me that he frequently conversed with Mr. Bradlaugh on religious subjects. The conversion of his brother deeply affected him, and on one occasion he said to him, 'I wish I were half as good as my brother.' It was the unreality of much of the Christianity in which in early life Mr. Bradlaugh was associated, and the worldliness and uncharitableness of religious professors, which made an atheist of Mr. Bradlaugh, as it has done of many others." This is a precious sample of clerical logic, composition, and veracity. Mr. Rees must have been very ignorant of Mr. Bradlaugh's writings and intellectual character, or else he was deliberately inventing or trusting to mere hearsay what he stated that Mr. Bradlaugh was made an atheist by the bigotry or selfishness of certain Christians. "I think I may almost say" is a strange expression. What is it to almost say a thing? Is it almost said when you have said it? And what a jumble of hymns in the fourth sentence! It would really disgrace a schoolboy. Mrs. Bradlaugh Bonner replied to Mr. Rees, hoping that his sense of honor would impel him to acknowledge his mistake. She told him that her father's convictions never wavered on his deathbed, and that Mr. W. R. Bradlaugh was never converted because he was always a professed Christian, that Sir Isaac Colden must be laboring under a misapprehension, and that if Mr. Rees would call upon her, she would tell him the facts that made it utterly impossible that her father could have spoken of his brother in the way alleged. Mrs. Bonner also wrote to Sir Isaac Colden, asking him whether he really did tell this to the Reverend Alan Rees. Sir Isaac Colden did not reply. He is a very old man, years older than Mr. Gladstone. This may be an excuse for his manners as well as the infirmity of his memory. Mr. Rees did reply. He said that of course he could not tell an untruth, that he had made no absolute statement, that he knew he had no positive evidence, and that his remark was a bare suggestion. Having crawled away from his clear responsibility, Mr. Rees gratuitously committed another offense. "There was," he wrote, "another remark which your father uttered at the Hall of Science." Now this is a positive statement. "And where is the evidence? I can give you," Mr. Rees added, "the name of the person who heard him say it." According to Mr. Rees, therefore, it is only a bare suggestion when he gives the authority of Sir Isaac Holden, but an anonymous authority is a good basis for a direct, unqualified assertion. And what is the remark which Mr. Bradlaugh uttered? What etymology? It is this: A man 25 years old may be an iconoclast, but I cannot understand a man being one who has passed middle age. Mrs. Bonner took leave to disbelieve, as she well might, that her father had uttered such nonsense. She told Mr. Rees that her father had lectured and written as iconoclast till he was 35, and only dropped the fighting name then because his own name was so well known. She repeated her assurance that he had never wavered in his atheism, and begged Mr. Rees to take her father's own written words in preference to other people's versions of his conversation. His Doubts and Dialogue, the final paper of which left his hands only 3 or 4 days before his last illness, would show what his last views were, and she ventured to send Mr. Rees a copy for perusal. Mr. Rees read the volume, and, instead of admitting that he had been mistaken, he had the impertinence to tell Mrs. Bonner that her father's book was full of sophism and the merest puerilities, and ended by expressing his simple contempt. It was impertinence on Mr. Rees' part in both senses of the word, for the merit of Mr. Bradlaugh's writing was not the point in consideration. The point was this: did the last writing of Mr. Bradlaugh show the slightest change in his atheism? Mr. Rees could not see this point, or he would not see it, and either alternative is discreditable to a man who sets himself up as a public teacher. Mr. Rees did one right thing, however. He sent Mrs. Bonner a letter he had received from Sir Isaac Holden containing the following passage. Your rendering of the story is a little different to what I spoke. Mr. Bradlaugh was affected to tears when I told him that his brother James said to the Reverend Richard Allen that his brother Charles was too good a man to die an infidel, and he believed that before his death he would become a Christian. Tears started in his Charles's eyes, and he simply replied, My brother James is a good fellow, not I wish I were half as good as my brother. There was evidently a very kind feeling in each of the brothers toward each other. What is clear is this: there is a very bad difference between Sir Isaac Holden and the Reverend Allen Rees. I wish I were half as good as my brother is a very definite expression, and not a bit like my brother James is a good fellow. Now, if Sir Isaac Holden did convey this expression to the Reverend Allen Rees, the old gentleman has a treacherous memory. If he did not, the expression must be ascribed to the reverend gentleman's invention. Mrs. Bonner replied sharply with mixed feelings of surprise and indignation. Her father had no brother named James. The only brother he had was most distinctly not a good fellow, which there was documentary evidence to prove. There was also documentary evidence to show that the feelings of the brothers toward each other was the reverse of kindly. Mr. Rees had chosen to ignore all this, and in consequence of his attitude, Mrs. Bonner intended to give this matter publicity, which she has done by printing the whole correspondence and sending copies to the press. Mr. Rees wrote, surprised. Poor man! He thought it was a private correspondence. He could not understand why he was personally abused. In fact, it was vulgar, personal abuse. I entirely decline, he ended majestically, to have any further correspondence with you. What a sorry display of clerical temper! But it is the way of the profession when tackled. They are so used to speaking from the coward's castle, not under correction, that they lose their heads when taken to task. Mrs. Bonner appends a note to the correspondence, remarking on the obviously loose reminiscences of Sir Isaac Holden, which Mr. Rees had materially altered, and denying the possibility of any such conversation between Sir Isaac Holden and her father. As to the private correspondence, surely the conversation, if it occurred, was of a private nature, yet Mr. Rees had no scruple in retailing it from the pulpit. Mrs. Bonner adds that her demerits are beside the point, which is, did Mr. Bradlaugh weaken in his atheism? to which she answers emphatically, no. She nursed him in his last illness, and her testimony is authoritative. Respect for her father's memory justifies her in printing this correspondence, and we are glad that she has done so, for it nails down another wretched fiction to the counter of truth. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Flowers of Freethought, second series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Hope. Flowers of Freethought, second series by George William Foote, section 45, Frederick Harrison on Atheism. January 13, 1889. Mr. Frank Harris, the editor of the Fortnightly Review, must be a sly humorist. In the current number of his magazine, he has published 2 articles as opposite to each other as Balaam's blessing on Israel was opposite to the curse besought by the king of Moab. Mr. Frederick Harrison pitches into agnosticism with his usual vigour and holds out positivism as the only system which can satisfy the skeptic and the religionist. Mr. W. H. Mallock, on the other hand, makes a trenchant attack on positivism, and the readers of both articles will learn how much may be said against anything, or at least anything in the shape of a system. Mr. Herbert Spencer, in the name of the unknowable, proffers his agnosticism, and Mr. Harrison says bosh. Mr. Harrison, in the name of positivism, proffers his religion of humanity, and Mr. Mallock says moonshine. Mr. Spencer is a man of genius, and Mr. Harrison and Mr. Mallock are men of remarkable talent. Yet shuffle them how you will, any 2 of them are ready to damn what the third blesses. What does this show? Why, that systems are all arbitrary and suited to a certain order of minds in a certain stage of development, and that system mongers are like spiders who spin their webs out of their own bowels. Mr. Harrison's definition of agnosticism shows it to be merely atheism in disguise. Milton says the new presbyter was but old priests writ large, and we may find that the new agnosticism is but old atheism written larger, and more respectably. Agnosticism is the cuckoo of philosophy. It appropriates the nest of another bird, turns it out in the cold, and even adopts its progeny. All the time on oppositions of atheism, man's finity and nature's infinity, the relativity of human knowledge, the reign of law, and so forth, are quietly monopolised by this intruder, who looks upon the object he has despoiled as the Christian looks upon the Jew after borrowing his God. Yet in England, the classic land of mental timidity and compromise, agnosticism is almost fashionable, while poor atheism is treated with persecution or obloquy. Elsewhere, especially in France, we find a different condition of things. A French sceptic no more hesitates to call himself an atheist than to call himself a republican. May it not be, therefore, that the difference between agnosticism and atheism is one of temperament? We might illustrate this theory by appealing to examples. Darwin was agnostic, Professor Clifford an atheist. Or, if we turn to pure literature, we may instance Matthew Arnold and Algernon Swinburne. Arnold, the agnostic, says that most of what now passes with us for religion and philosophy will be replaced by poetry. Swinburne, the atheist, exclaims, "Thou art smitten, thou God, thou art smitten, thy death is upon thee, O Lord." This brings out the cardinal, we might say the only distinction between atheism and agnosticism. The agnostic is a timid atheist, and the atheist a courageous agnostic. John Bull is infuriated by the red cloak of atheism, so the agnostic dons a brown cloak with a red lining. Now and then a sudden breeze exposes a bit of the fatal red, but the garment is promptly adjusted, and Bull forgets the irritating phenomenon. Mr. Harrison says, the agnostic is the one who protects against any dogma respecting creation at all, and who deliberately takes his stand on ignorance. We cannot help saying that this differences him from the atheist, seeing that we cannot solve infinite problems, that we know nothing, and apparently can know nothing, of God or the supernatural. The atheist has always regarded religious dogmas as blind guesses, which, according to the laws of chance, are in all probability wrong, and as these blind guesses have almost invariably been associated with mental tyranny and moral perversion, he has regarded theology as the foe of liberty and humanity. The agnostic, however, usually adopts a more pleasant attitude. He does not believe in attacking theology, and, after all, he sometimes says, "We can't tell what there may be behind the veil." With his master Comte, Mr. Harrison entirely accepts the agnostic position as a matter of logic, but it is only a stepping stone, and he objects to sitting down upon it. Every religion the world has ever seen has been false, but religion itself is imperishable, and positivism has found the true solution of the eternal problem. Parsons and agnostics will eventually kiss each other, like righteousness and peace in the text, and the then existing high priest of positivism will say, "Humanity bless you, my children." But all this is for the sweet by and by. Meanwhile, the churches thrust out their tongues at positivism. The great agnostic philosopher calls it the ghost of religion. Sir James Stephen declares that nobody can worship Comte's made-up deity, and Mr. Mallock says that the love of humanity, taking it in the concrete, is as foolish as Titania's affection for Bottom the Weaver. Professed atheists may watch this hubbub with serenity, if not with enjoyment. When all is said and done, atheism remains in possession of the sceptical field. Mr. Harrison's flouts, at any rate, will do it no damage. His hatred of atheism is born of jealousy, and like all jealous people he is somewhat inconsistent. Here he defines atheism as a protest against the theological doctrine of a creator and a moral providence. There he defines it as based on the denial of God, and again he defines it as a belief that the universe is self-existent and purely material. Even these do not suffice, for he adopts Comte's profound aphorism that atheism is the most irrational form of metaphysics, and proves this by a fresh definition involved in the charge that it propounds as the solution of an insoluble enigma, the hypothesis of which of all others is at least capable of proof, the least simple, the least plausible, and the least useful. Of all others is what Cobbett would have liked to call a beastly phrase. It shows Mr. Harrison was in a hurry or a fog. He does not specify this unprovable, complex, unplausible, and useless hypothesis. We forbear to guess his meaning, but we remind him that atheism propounds no solution of an insoluble enigma. The atheist does not say there is no God. He simply says, "I know not," and ventures to think others are equally ignorant. Now, this was Comte's own position. He wished to recognise society without God or king by the systematic cultus of humanity. And if warning God off from human affairs is not atheism, we should like to know what is. Mr. Harrison lustily sings the praises of religion, but he is remarkably silent about Comte's opposition to theism, and in this he is throwing dust in the eyes of English readers. In Militant Atheism, Mr. Harrison says that all who have substantive belief of their own find nothing but mischief. But this was only Mr. Harrison's sweeping style of writing. He is always vivid and nearly always superlative. We venture to think that his all merely includes his own circle. At the same time, however, we admit that militant atheism is still, as of old, an offence to the superfine sceptics who desire to stand well with the great firm of Bumble and Grundy, as well as to the vast army of priests and preachers who have a professional interest in keeping heresy dark, and to the ruling and privileged classes who feel that militant atheism is a great disturber of the peace which is founded on popular superstition and injustice. Mr. Harrison seems to imagine that atheists have no ideal beyond that of attacking theology, but a moment's calm reflection would show him the absurdity of this fancy. He might as well suppose that the pioneers of civilization who hew down virgin forests have no conception of the happy homesteads they are making room for. We go farther and assert that this talk about negative and positive work is cant. To call the destroyer of superstition a negationist is as senseless as to call a doctor a negationist. Both strive to expel disease, the one bodily and the other mental. Both, therefore, are working for health, and no more positive work is conceivable. End of section 45. Recording by Adam Hope.
Section 46 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Algie Pug. Save the Bible, March 26, 1893. 38 clergymen, a year or two ago, gave the Bible a fresh certificate of inspiration and infallibility. They signed a round robin, if we may apply such a vulgar description to their holy document. But somehow the Bible is in as bad a position as ever. It seems, indeed, in deadly peril, and if something strong and decisive be not done for its protection, it will soon be doomed. Such, at any rate, seems the view of a large number of clergymen, who have signed a petition, prepared by the Reverend E. S. Fawkes of St. Mary's, Oxford, and addressed to the Most Reverend the Archbishop and the Right Reverend the Bishops of the Church of England in the House of Convocation of Canterbury assembled. The petitioners call upon the archbishops and bishops to use their sacred office and authority, and either to purge the Church of heresy, or to authoritatively and publicly recommend certain orthodox and admirable works, which are calculated to arrest the spread of disastrous errors in the midst of our beloved Church. In order to show the precise nature of these disastrous errors, we print the following paragraphs from the petition. Whereas it is generally known that certain clergymen of the Church of England, in positions of influence and authority, are deliberately and altogether undermining, by their teachings and public writings, the faith of this Church and country in the trustworthiness of the Holy Scriptures, and are altogether repudiating the common faith of Christendom, that the said Holy Scriptures, as received by this Church of England, are the infallible and inspired Word of God. Also, that by what is known as the New Criticism, these clergymen do attempt entirely to rob the people of God of the Holy Scriptures, and altogether falsify the teachings respecting them of our Lord Jesus Christ and of his holy apostles, declaring some parts to be myths, some fables, some the work of dramatists, etc. Ah, then, the enemy is within the camp. It is no longer a question of infidel publications. Church professors and doctors of divinity are sapping the very foundations of the faith. Orthodox clergymen cry out, in the language of this petition, for salvation from the dangers of rationalism and unbelief within the Church. What does all this mean? It means that free thought is triumphing by the permeation of the churches, that advanced ministers are now doing, in a sober, steady, scholarly way, the very work so brilliantly inaugurated by Voltaire and Thomas Paine, that the Bible is being subjected to rigorous criticism, in England as well as France, Holland, and Germany, that its documents are being shifted like the pieces in a kaleidoscope, and every turn of the instrument makes them differ more and more from the orthodox pattern. At present, it is true, the process is almost confined to the Old Testament. There, however, it is nearly completed. Presently it will extend in earnest to the New Testament, and when it is completed there, the Bible will be something worse than Luther's wax nose. It will be a thing of shreds and patches. Old Testament criticism by men like Driver, Chain, Ryle, and Gore is indeed, as the petitioners assert, destroying faith in the Holy Scriptures as the infallible and inspired Word of God. They still pretend it is inspired, but not infallible. Infallible, at this time of day, is a very large order. Professor Bruce, himself a Christian minister, is obliged to tell his orthodox brethren that the errorless autograph, for which some so zealously contend, is a theological figment. The Bible, he reminds them, was produced piecemeal, and by the time the later portions were produced, the earlier had lost their supposed immaculateness. And he warns the infallible gentlemen that their position is really perilous when it is considered in what state we possess the Scriptures now. Yes, it is only country curates who can stand up now for an infallible Word of God. Even Mr. Gladstone is obliged to admit errors, that is, errors in general, for he will not confess any in particular. The reference in the petition to myths, fables, and the work of dramatists seems to be specially aimed at the Reverend Charles Gore, the principal of Pusey House, Oxford, and editor of Lux Mundi. His essay in that volume on the Holy Spirit and inspiration is horribly distasteful to orthodox parsons. They cannot refute him, but they say he ought to know better, or he shouldn't write such things. In other words, he is guilty of the shocking crime of letting the cat out of the bag. He discards the creation story, just like Professor Bruce, who calls the fall of Adam a quaint embodiment of the theological conception of sin. He dismisses all the patriarchs before Abraham as mythical. He admits the late origin of the Pentateuch and only claims for Moses the probable authorship of the Decalogue. He says the Song of Solomon is of the nature of a drama. The Book of Job is mainly dramatic. Deuteronomy is the publication of the law, put dramatically into the mouth of Moses. Jonah and Daniel are dramatic compositions. Jesus Christ, it is true, cited both as historical, but he only accommodated himself to the prevalent belief. He knew better, but he did not choose to say so. Or, rather, the moment was inopportune. So he left us to find out the truth in this matter, as he left us to find it out in everything else. Canon Driver is perhaps glanced at in Fables, and perhaps also Canon Chain. The former has publicly argued against the reconciliation of Genesis and science. He has, likewise, written very strongly against the historical character of Jonah, which he treats as a story with a moral. Canon Chain regards it as an allegory. Jonah is Israel, swallowed up by Babylon, but seeking the Lord in exile, the captive is at last disgorged uninjured. These clerical apostles of the new criticism are accused of attempting entirely to rob the people of God of the Holy Scriptures. Poor people of God! How anxious the petitioners are for their welfare! Some persons, however, will be apt to regard the solicitude of these gentlemen as professional. Robbing the people of the Holy Scriptures, in their mouths, may simply mean rendering the clergyman's trade more difficult, or perhaps altogether impossible, and therefore the bitter cry of these grievously beset parsons, to use their own words, may be only a parallel to the famous old shout of "Great is Diana of the Ephesians." Why indeed do not the petitioners refute the apostles of the new criticism, instead of appealing to the authority of convocation? They plainly declare that the new criticism rests on utterly baseless foundations, which is a curious pleonasm or tautology for a body of educated gentlemen. But if the substance of the declaration be true, apart from its logic or grammar, the orthodox parsons may scatter the heretical parsons like chaff before the wind. Principles which are utterly baseless may surely be refuted. To quote from Hamlet, "It is as easy as lying." Now that is a practice in which the clergy of all ages have shown great dexterity. We therefore hope the orthodox parsons will refute the new criticism. Let them try to save the Bible by argument. If they cannot, it is lost, and lost for ever. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Flowers of Freethought, 2nd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Flowers of Freethought, 2nd Series by George William Foote, Section 47, Forgive and Forget. March 19, 1893. Written after debate at the Hall of Science, London, between the writer and the Reverend C. Fleming. Williams on Christian Ideas of Man and Methods of Progress. Mr. Branch of the London City Council presided, and there was a very large attendance. My recent friendly discussion with the Reverend C. Fleming Williams was most enjoyable. It is so pleasant to debate points of difference with an opponent whom you fully respect, toward whom you have not an atom of ill feeling, and to whom you disclose your own views in exchange for the confidence of his. The chairman said that he had visited the Hall of Science many years ago and frequently heard discussions, but they were generally acrimonious and seldom profitable. No doubt he spoke what he felt to be the truth. At the same time, however, he probably left out of sight a very important factor, namely, the tone and temper which Christian critics are apt to display on a secular platform, the assumed superiority which is not justified by any apparent gifts of intelligence, the implication in most of their remarks that the freethinker is on a lower moral level than they are, though it would never be suspected by an indifferent observer. The arrogance which is often the undercurrent of their speech, and sometimes bursts forth into sheer undisguised insolence. Christian critics of this species have, perhaps, stung Freethought lectures into hot resentment, when it would have been far preferable to keep cool and continue using the rapier instead of seizing the bludgeon. It is always a mistake to lose one's temper, but it becomes excusable, although not justifiable, under intense provocation. On the whole, it is safe to say that Christians have received more courtesy than they have shown in their controversies with freethinkers. So much for the debate itself. What I want to deal with in this article is the plea of the chairman, and also of Mr. Williams, for a more charitable understanding. Christians have abused, ill-treated, and even butchered freethinkers in the past, but the best Christians are ashamed of it now. Let us then, it is urged, to bury the past. Let us forgive and forget. So far as it concerns men only, I am not insensible to the appeal. Far be it from me to blame Mr. Williams for the follies and malignancies of his Christian predecessors. On a question of character, of merit or demerit, every man stands or falls alone. Imputed wickedness is just as irrational as imputed righteousness. I no more wish to make Mr. Williams responsible for the butcheries of a Torquemada or an Alva than I wish to be saved by the sufferings of Jesus Christ. So far as Mr. Williams is concerned, I have no past to bury. I am not aware that he has ever desired anything but absolute justice for all forms of opinion, and I know that he denounced my imprisonment for the artificial crime of blasphemy. Evidently, then, Mr. Williams' plea is more than personal. It is really a request that I should judge Christianity as a great, ancient, historic system, not by what it has in the main taught and done, but by what a select body of its professors say and do in the present generation. Now, this is a plea which I must reject. In the first place, while I admit it is unfair to judge Christianity by its worst specimens, I regard it as no less unfair to judge it by its best. This is not justice and impartiality. The chief constable of Hull, footnote, this gentleman was trying to prevent me from delivering Sunday lectures at Hull under the usual condition of a charge for admission, return to text, is probably as sincere a Christian as Mr. Williams. I have to meet them both, and I must take them as I find them. The one pays me a compliment, and the other threatens me with a prosecution. One shakes me cordially by the hand. The other tries to prevent me from lecturing. The difference between them is flagrant. But how am I to put Mr. Williams to the credit of Christianity and Captain Gurney to the credit of something else? What is the something else? They both speak to me as Christians. Is it for me to say that one is a Christian and the other is not? Is not that a domestic question for the Christians to settle among themselves? And am I not just and reasonable in declining to take the decisions out of their hands? In the next place, since Christianity is, as I have said, not only a great, but an ancient and historic system, its past cannot be buried and should not be if it could. History is philosophy teaching us by example. Without it, the present is meaningless and the future an obscurity. Now, history shows us that Christianity has been steady and relentless in the persecution of heresy. We have therefore to inquire the reason. It will not do to say that persecution is natural to human pride in face of opposition, for Buddhism, which is older than Christianity, has not been guilty of a single act of persecution in the course of 24 centuries. Another explanation is necessary, and what is it? When we look into the matter, we find that persecution has always been justified, nay, inculcated by appealing to Christian doctrines and the very language of Scripture. Unbelief was treason against God, and the rejection of Christ was rebellion. They were more than operations of the intellect, they were movements of the will, not mistaken, but satanic. And as faith was essential to salvation, and heresy led straight to hell, the elimination of the heretic was in the interest of the people he might divert from the road to paradise. It was simply an act of social sanitation. I am aware that this conception is not paraded by advanced Christians, though they seldom renounce it in decisive language. But these advanced Christians are the children of a later age, full of intellectual and moral influences which are foreign to, or at least independent of, Christianity. Their attitude is the resultant of several forces. But suppose a time of reaction came, and the influences I have referred to should diminish for a season, is it not probable, nay certain, that the old forces of Christian exclusiveness and infallibility, based upon a divine revelation, would once more produce the effects which cursed and degraded Europe for over 1,000 years? Such, at any rate, is my belief. It is also, I think, the belief of most freethinkers, and this is the reason why we cannot forgive and forget. The serpent is scotched, not slain, and we must beware of its fangs. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Flowers of Freethought. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Robinson. Matthew, or whoever was the author of the first gospel, had a rare eye, or nose, for portents and prodigies. He seems also to have had exclusive sources of information. Several of the wonderful things he relates were quite unknown to the other evangelists. They were ignorant of the wholesale resurrection of saints at the crucifixion, and also of the watch at the sepulchre, with all the pretty circumstantial story depending upon it. At the other end of Christ's career, they had never heard of the visit of the wise men of the East to his cradle, or of Herod's massacre of the innocents, or of the star which guided those wise men to the birthplace of the little King of the Jews. That star is the sole property of Matthew, and the other evangelists took care not to infringe his copyright. Indeed, it is surprising how well they did with the remnants he left them. Matthew was not a Jules Verne. He had no knowledge of astronomy. Consequently, he did not make the most of that traveling star. It was seen by wise men in the East. This is not very exact, but it is precise enough for a fairy tale. Those wise men happened to be in the East at the same time. They were really magi, as may be seen in the Revised Version. That is, priests of the religion of Persia, and it requires a lot of faith to see what concern they could possibly have with the bantling of Bethlehem. However, they saw his star, and they appeared to have followed it. They must have slept by day and journeyed by night when the star was visible. At the end of their expedition, this star stood over the house where little Jesus was lying. Truly, it was a very accommodating star. Of course, it was specially provided for the occasion. Real stars, rolling afar in the infinite ether, are too distant to stand over a particular spot on this planet. This was an ideal star. It traveled through the Earth's atmosphere and moved according to the requirements of the Gospel Munchausen. What became of it afterwards, we are not informed. Probably it was born and died in Matthew's imagination. He blew it out when he had done with it, and thus it has escaped the attention of Sir Robert Ball. Those stargazing magi went into the house, which according to Luke was an inn, Jesus Christ having been born in a stable, because the pub was full, and no gentleman would go outside to oblige a lady. They opened their Gladstone bags and displayed the presents they had bought for the little king of the Jews. These were gold, frankincense, and myrrh. No doubt the perfumes were very welcome in a stable, and very likely Joseph took care of the gold until Jesus was old enough to spend it on his own account, by which time it appears to have vanished, perhaps owing to the expenses of bringing up the numerous progeny of the Virgin Mother. Then the Mahatmas, the Magi, went home. Perhaps they are there still, but no matter. We leave that to the Christian Evidence Society or the Theosophists. Candid students will see at a glance that the whole of this story is mythological. Like other distinguished persons, the prophet of Nazareth had to make a fuss, not only in the world, but in the universe, and his biographers, especially Matthew, duly provided him with extraordinary incidents. Not only was he born, like so many other saviors, without the assistance of a human father, but his birth was heralded by a celestial marvel. There was a star of his nativity. The wise men from the east called it his star. This puts him in the category of heroes and bars the idea of his being a god. It also shows that the Christians, amongst whom the story originated, were devotees of astrology. Fortune tellers still decide your nativity before they cast your horoscope. We are aware that many commentators have discussed the star of Christ's birth from various points of view. Some have thought it a real star. Others have had enough astronomy to see that this was impossible, and have argued that it was a big will-o'-the-wisp created and directed by supernatural power, like the pillar of day cloud and night fire that led the Jews in the wilderness, while still others have favored the idea of a supernatural illusion, which was confined to the wise men, and thus it was that the star was not seen or mentioned by any of their contemporaries. But all this is the usual mixture of Bible commentators. There is really no need to waste time in that fashion. The Star of Bethlehem belongs to the realm of poetry as much as the Star of Caesar, to which the mighty Julius ascended in his apotheosis. Thousands of sermons have been preached on that Star of Bethlehem, and these also have been works of imagination. We have been told, for instance, that it was the morning star of a new day for humanity. But this is a falsehood which the clergy palmed off on ignorant congregations. The world was happier under the government of the great pagan emperors than it has ever been under the dominion of Christianity. For 1,000 years, the triumph of the cross was the annihilation of everything that makes life pleasant and dignified. The Star of Bethlehem shone in a sky of utter blackness. All the constellations of science, art, philosophy, and literature were in disastrous eclipse. Cruelty and hypocrisy abounded on earth, toil and misery were the lot of the people, and bloodshed was as common as rain. Religions, said Schopenhauer, are like glowworms. They require darkness to shine in. This was quite true of Christianity. It was splendid when it had no competitor. To be visible, above all, to be worshipped, it needed the sky to itself. One by one, during the past 300 years, the stars of civilization have emerged from their long eclipse, and now the sky of humanity is full of countless hosts of throbbing glories. The Star of Bethlehem is no longer even a star of the first magnitude. It pales and dwindles every year. In another century, it will be a very minor light. Meanwhile, it is drawn big on maps of faith. But that little trick is being seen through. Once it was the Star of Bethlehem first, and the rest nowhere. Now it takes millions of money and endless special pleading to keep its name on the list. Christ himself is coming more and more to be regarded as a fanciful figure, not God, not even a man, but a construction of early Christian imagination. Why? Asked a Unitarian of a positivist. Why is not Christ on your positivist calendar? Because, was the reply, the calendar is for men, not gods. End of section 48. Recording by Lynette Robinson.
Section 49 of Flowers of Freethought, second series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Flowers of Freethought, second series by George William Foote, Section 49, The Great Ghosts, March 1889. Long before there were any kings, there were chiefs. Even in the early feudal days, the king was only the chief of the barons, and many centuries elapsed before the supremacy of the monarch was unquestioned, and he became really the sovereign. It was a process of natural selection. A mob of chiefs could not rule a mob of people. There was a fierce struggle with plenty of fighting and intrigue, and the fittest survived. Gradually, as the nation became unified, the government was centralized, and out of the chaos of competing nobles emerged the relatively cosmic authority of the crown. Similarly, in the world of religion, all gods were originally ghosts, but as polytheism declined, a supreme god emerged from the crowd of deities, as the king emerged from the crowd of nobles, and ruled from a definite center. It was Zeus in Greece, Jupiter in Rome, Brahma in India, Thor in Scandinavia, and Yahweh in Israel. I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, was an exclamation that sprang from Yahweh's lips through his priests when his godship was still in the thick of the competitive struggle. The ghosts became gods, and the gods became supreme deities, looked after the interests of their worshippers, gave them long life, good harvests, and prosperity in warfare, if they were true to them, and played them like the very devil if they slighted them or nodded to their rivals. According to the Old Testament, when everything went well with the Jews, their God was pleased, and when things went wrong with them, he was angry. This state of mind survives into our advanced civilization, where people still talk of judgments, still pray for good things, and still implore their God for victory when they have a scrimmage with their neighbors. But this infantile conception is dying out of educated minds. Prayer is seen to be futile. The laws of nature do not vary. Providence is on the side of the big battalions. God helps those who help themselves, and no one else. Long ago, in ancient Greece and Rome, the acutest thinkers had come to the same conclusion. Lucretius, for instance, did not deny the existence of the gods. He merely asserted that they no longer concerned themselves with human affairs, which he was heartily glad of, as they were mostly bad characters. He observed the reign of law as clearly as our modern scientists, and relegated the deities to their Olympian repose, so beautifully versed by Tennyson. The gods who haunt the lucid interspace of world and world, where never creeps a cloud or moves a wind, nor ever falls the least white star of snow, nor ever lowest roll of thunder moans, nor sound of human sorrow mounts to mar their savored everlasting calm. Even the savage, in times of prolonged peace and prosperity, began to speculate on the possibility of his gods having retired from business, for religion is born of fear, not of love, and the savage is reminded of his God by calamity rather than good fortune. This idea has been caught by Robert Browning in his marvelous Caliban upon Setebos, a poem developed out of a casual germ in Shakespeare's Tempest. Hoping the while, since evil sometimes mend, warts rub away and sores are cured with slime, that some strange day will either the quiet catch and conquer Setebos, or likelier he, decrepit, may doze as good as die. But presently poor Caliban is frightened out of his speculation by a thunderstorm, which makes him lie low and slaver his God, offering any mortification as the price of his escape. There is a good deal of Caliban in our modern multitudes, but the educated are working free from his theology. Science and miracle cannot live together, and miracle and providence are the same thing. How far from us is the good old God of the best parts of the Bible, who held out one ear for the prayers of his good children, and one hand well rotted for the backs of the naughty ones. The seed of the righteous never begged for bread, and the villain always came to a bad end. It was the childish philosophy of the gods in a modern theater. The more critical want something truer and more natural, something more accordant with the stern realities of life. Reichert has some excellent remarks on this in the preface to his second volume of the Histoire du Peuple d'Israël. The work of the genius of Israel was not really affected until the 18th century after Jesus Christ, when it became very doubtful to spirits a little cultivated that the affairs of this world are regulated by a God of justice. The exaggerated idea of a special providence, the basis of Judaism and Islam, and which Christianity has only corrected through the fund of liberalism inherent in our races, has been definitely vanquished by modern philosophy. The fruit not of abstract speculation, but of constant experience. It has never been observed, in effect, that a superior being occupies himself for a mortal or an immoral purpose with the affairs of nature or the affairs of humanity. Keenan has elsewhere said that the negation of the supernatural is a dogma with every cultivated intelligence. God, in short, has faded into a metaphysical abstraction. The little ghost vanished long ago, and now the great ghost is melting into thin air. Thousands of people have lost all belief in his existence. They use his name and take it in vain, for when questioned, they merely stand up for a sort of something. The fear of God, so to speak, has survived his personality. But just as Madame de Staël said, she did not believe in ghosts, but she was afraid of them. Mrs. Browning gives voice to this sentiment in one of her poems. And heart's sake, God be pitiful, that ne'er said, God be blessed. The fear of the Lord is indeed the beginning and the end of theology. When the great ghost was a reality, we meant to his worshippers, he was constantly spoken of. His name was invoked in the courts of law. It figured in nearly every oath outside them, and it was to be seen on nearly every page of every book that was published. But all that is changed. To speak or print the name of God is reckoned bad form. The word is almost tabooed in decent society. You hear it in the streets, however, when the irascible Carmen calls on God to damn your eyes for getting in his way. There is such a conspiracy of silence about the great ghost, except in churches and chapels, that the mention of his name in polite circles sounds like swearing. Eyebrows are lifted, and the speaker is looked upon as vulgar and perhaps dangerous. Thus theology gives way to the pressure of science, and religion to the pressure of civilization. The more use we make of this life, the less we look for another. The loftier man grows the less he bows to ghosts and gods. Heaven and hell both disappear, and things are neither so bad nor good as was expected. Man finds himself in a universe of necessity. He hears no response to his prayers but the echo of his own voice. He therefore bids the gods adieu and sets himself to the task of making the best of life for himself and his fellows. Without false hopes or bare fears, he steers his course over the ocean of life and says with the poet, I am the captain of my soul. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series, by George William Foote. Section 50, Atheism and the French Revolution. July 1889. Sunday, July 14th, is the 100th anniversary of the fall of the Bastille. and the occasion will be splendidly celebrated at Paris. In itself, the capture of this prison fortress by the people was not a wonderful achievement. It was ill defended, and its governor might, had he chosen, have exploded the powder magazine and blown it sky high. But the event was the parting of the ways. It showed that the multitude had got the bit between its teeth and needed a more potent master than the poor king at Versailles. And the event itself was a striking one. Men are led by imagination, and the Bastille was the symbol of centuries of oppression. Within its gloomy dungeons, hundreds of innocent men had perished in solitary misery, without indictment or trial, consigned to life and death by the arbitrary order of irresponsible power. Men of the most eminent intellect and character had suffered within its precincts for the crime of teaching new truth or exposing old superstitions. Voltaire himself had twice tasted imprisonment there. What wonder, then, that the people fixed their gaze upon it on that ominous 14th of July, and attacked it as the very citadel of tyranny. The Bastille fell, and the sound re-echoed through Europe. It was the signal of a new era and a new hope. The revolution had begun, that mighty movement which, in its meaning and consequences, dwarfs every other cataclysm in history. But revolutions do not happen miraculously. Their advent is prepared. They are as much caused as the fall of a ripe apple from the tree, or the regular bursting of the buds in spring. The authors of the revolution were in their graves. Its leaders, or its instruments, appeared upon the scene in 89. After life's fitful fever, Voltaire was sleeping well. Rousseau's tortured heart was at rest. Diderot's colossal labors were ended. His epitaph was written, and the great encyclopedia remained as his living monument. D'Holbach had just joined his friends in their eternal repose. A host of smaller men also, but admirable soldiers of progress in their degree, had passed away. The gallant host had done its work. The ground was plowed, the seed was sown, and the harvest was sure. Famished as they were, and well-nigh desperate at times, the men of the Revolution nursed the crop as a sacred legacy, shedding their blood like water to fructify the soil in which it grew. Superficial readers are ignorant of the mental ferment which went on in France before the Revolution. Voltaire's policy of sapping the dogmas by which all tyranny was supported had been carried out unflinchingly. Not only had Christianity been attacked in every conceivable way, with science, scholarship, argument, and wit, but the very foundations of all religion, the belief in soul and God, had not been spared. The heresiarch of Fournier lived to see the war with superstition carried further than he contemplated or desired. But it was impossible for him to say to the tide of free thought, quote, "Thus shalt thou go, and no farther, and here shall thy proud waves be stayed." End quote. The tide poured on over everything sacred. Altars, thrones, and coronets met with a common fate. True, they were afterwards fished out of the deluge, but their glory was forever quenched, their power forever gone. Among the great atheists who prepared the revolution we single out two, Diderot and D'Holbach. The sagacious mind of Comte perceived that Diderot was the greatest thinker of the band. The fecundity of his mind was extraordinary, and even more so his scientific prescience. Anyone who looks through the 20 volumes of his collected works will be astonished at the way in which, by intuitive insight, he anticipated so many of the best ideas of evolution. His labors on the encyclopedia would have tired out the energies of 20 smaller men, but he persevered to the end, despite printers, priests, and governments, and a countless host of other obstructions. Out of date as the work is now, it was the artillery of the movement of progress then. As Mr. Morley says, it, quote, rallied all that was best in France round the standard of light and social hope, end quote. Less original, but nearly as bold and industrious, D'Holbach placed his fortune and abilities at the service of free thought. Mr. Morley calls the system of nature, quote, a thunderous engine of revolt, end quote. It was atheistic in religion and revolutionary in politics. It challenged every enemy of freedom in the name of reason and humanity. Here and there, its somewhat diffuse rhetoric was lit up with the splendidly concise eloquence of Diderot, who touched the work with a master hand. Nor did this powerful book represent a tithe of D'Holbach's labors for the, quote, good old cause, end quote. His active pen produced a score of other works, under various names and disguises, all addressed to the same object, the destruction of superstition and the emancipation of the human mind. They were extensively circulated and must have created a powerful impression on the reading public. Leaving its authors and precursors and coming to the Revolution itself, we find that its most distinguished figures were atheists. Mirabeau, the first titan of the struggle, was a godless statesman. In him the multitude found a master, who ruled it by his genius and eloquence and his embodiment of its aspirations. The crowned king of France was pottering in his palace, but the real king reigned in the National Assembly. The Girondists were nearly all atheists, from Condorcet and Madame Roland down to the obscurest victims of the Terror, who went gaily to their doom with the hymn of freedom upon their proud lips. Danton also, the second titan of the Revolution, was an atheist. He fell in trying to stop the bloodshed, which Robespierre, the deist, continued until it drowned him. With Danton, there went to the guillotine another atheist, bright, witty Camille Desmoulins, whose exquisite pen had served the cause well, and whose warm poet's blood was destined to gush under the fatal knife. Other names crowd upon us, too numerous to recite. To give them all would be to write a catalogue of the revolutionary leaders. Atheism was the very spirit of the Revolution. This has been admitted by Christian writers who have sought revenge by libeling the movement. Their slanders are manifold, but we select two which are found most impressive at Orthodox meetings. It is stated that the revolutionists organized a worship of the goddess of reason, that they went in procession to Notre Dame where a naked woman acted the part of the goddess, while Chénier's ode was chanted by the convention. Now there is a good deal of smoke in this story and very little flame. The naked female is a pious invention, and that being gone, the calumny is robbed of its sting. Demoiselle Condé, an actress, was selected for her beauty, but she was not a harlot, and she was not undressed. Whoever turns to such an accessible account as Carlyle's will see that the apologists of Christianity have utterly misrepresented the scene. Secondly, it is asserted that the revolution was a tornado of murder. Cruelty was let loose, and the atheists waded in blood. Never was greater nonsense paraded with a serious face. During the Terror itself, the total number of victims, as proved by the official records, was less than 3,000, not a tenth part of the number who fell in the single massacre of St. Bartholomew. But who caused the Terror? The Christian monarchies that declared war on freethinkers and regicides. Theirs was the guilt, and they are responsible for the bloodshed. France trembled for a moment. She aimed at the traitors within her borders and struck down many a gallant friend in error. But she recovered from the panic. Then her sons, half-starved, ragged, shoeless, ill-armed, marched to the frontier, hurled back her enemies, and swept the trained armies of Europe into flight. They would be free, and who should say them nay? They were not to be terrified or deluded by, quote, the blood on the hands of the king, or the lie at the lips of the priest, end quote. And if the struggle developed until the French armies, exchanging defense for conquest, thundered over Europe, from the Baltic to the Mediterranean, from the orange groves of Spain to the frozen snows of Russia, the whole blame rests with the pious scoundrels who would not let France establish a republic in peace. End of section 50.
Section 51 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tasha Hobbs Peterson. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series by George William FOOTE. Section 51. Pigotism. Pigotism, March 1889. Is there anything whereof it may be said, See, this is new? It hath been already of old times, which was before us. Ecclesiastes 10. Everybody is talking about the flight of Pigott. The flight into Egypt never caused half such a sensation. Pigott has gone off into the infinite. He was shadowed, but he has performed the feat of running away from his own shadow. Where he will turn up next, or if he will turn up anywhere, God only knows. But wherever he reappears, in the South Pacific as a missionary, in America as a revivalist, or in India as an avatar, it will be the same old Pigott, lying, shuffling, forging, and blackmailing, with an air of virtue and benevolence. The edifice of calumny on Mr. Parnell and his closest colleagues rested on the foundation of Pigott, and Pigott is exploded. He has entirely vanished. Not a hair of him is visible. He is gone like last winter's snow or last summer's roses. He is in the big list of things wanted. But advertisements will not bring him back, and considering who is in power, it is very problematical if the officers of justice will be any more successful. We have no wish to be disrespectful to the Commission, and it is far from our intention to pronounce judgment on a case which is sub judice, though who can help sundry exclamations when the chief witness on one side bolts, leaving no trace but a few more lies and counter-lies. Our object indeed is not political but religious. We desire to make the noble Pigott point a moral and adorn a tale. He and his achievements in connection with the times splendidly illustrate the process by which Christianity was built up. Pigotism was at work for centuries, forging documents, manufacturing evidence, and telling the grossest lies with an air of truth. What is still worse, Pigotism was so lucky as to get into the seat of despotic power and to crush out all criticism of its frauds, so that at length everyone believed what no one heard question. It was Pigotism in excelsis. The liar gave evidence in the witness box, stifled or murdered the counsel for the opposite side, then mounted the bench to give judgment in his own favor, and finally pronounced a decree of death against all who refused to own him the pink of veracity. Just look for a moment at these Parnell letters. They were printed in facsimile in the Times, published in Parnellism and Crime, circulated among millions of people, and accepted as genuine by half the population of England. And on what ground? Solely on the ground that Parnellism was heterodox and the Times was a respectable journal. That was enough. The laws of evidence were treated with contempt. Investigation was thought unnecessary. Thousands of people fatuously said, "Oh, the letters are in print." And all this in an age of board schools, printing presses, daily papers, and unlimited discussion. Nay, in despite of the solemn declaration of Mr. Parnell and his colleagues, backed up by a demand for investigation, that the letters were absolute concoctions. Now, if such things can happen in an age like this, how easily could they happen in ages like those in which Christianity produced its scriptures? Credulity was boundless, fraud was audacious, and lying for the profit of the Church was regarded as a virtue. There was no printing press, no free inquiry, no keen investigation, no vivid conception of the laws of evidence, and the few brilliant critics, like Celsus and Porphyry, who kept alive in their breasts the nobler spirit of Grecian skepticism, were answered by the destruction of their writings, a process which was carried out with the cunning scent of a sleuth-hound and the remorseless cruelty of a tiger. The Church produced, quite as mysteriously as the Times, certain documents which it said were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Peter, Paul, and James. Others were written by pagans like Pilate, and one at least by Jesus Christ himself. No commission sat to examine and investigate. No Sir Charles Russell cross-examined the witnesses. The Pigots, the Houstons, and the MacDonalds kept quietly in the background, and were never dragged forth into the light of day. The Mr. Walters took the full responsibility, which was very trifling, and as Englishmen relied on the respectability of the times, so the illiterate and fanatical Christians relied on the respectability of the Mother Church. Some of those documents so mysteriously produced were as mysteriously dropped when they had served their turn. Hence the so-called Apocryphal New Testament, a collection of writings as ancient and once as accepted as those found in the canon. Hence also the relics, either in name or in fragments, of a host of Gospels, Epistles, and Revelations, which primitive Pigotism manufactured for the behoof of Christianity. Every single scrap no doubt served a useful end, but whatever was no longer required was discarded like the scaffolding of a house. The real, permanent work all the while was going on inside, and when the Church faced the world with its completed edifice, it thought itself provided with something that would stand all winds and weathers. It was found, however, in the course of time that Pigotism was still necessary. Hence the Apostolic Constitutions, the Decretals, the Apostles' and the Athanasian Creeds, and all the profitable relics of saints and martyrs. About 200 years ago, an informal commission began to sit on these Christian documents. The precious letter of Jesus Christ to Abgarus soon flew off with the Veronica handkerchief, and many other products of Christian Pigotism shared the same fate. The witnesses were examined and cross-examined, and the longer the process lasted, the sorrier was the spectacle they presented. Paul's epistles have been shockingly handled. The Commission has positively declared that all but 4 of them are forgeries, and is still investigating the claim of the remnant under reprieve. Nor is the judgment on the Gospels less decisive. The court has decided that they were not written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Who wrote them, when they were written, or where, is left to the day of judgment. Unfortunately, the press has given little attention to the proceedings in this court of commission. Its reports are published in expensive volumes for scholars and gentlemen of means and leisure. Some of the results, indeed, are given in a few journals written for the people, but these journals are boycotted as vulgar, unless they go too far, when they are prosecuted for blasphemy. Yet the truth is gradually leaking out. People shake their heads ominously, especially when there is anything in them, and parsons are looked upon with a growing suspicion. They look bland, they assume the most virtuous airs, and sometimes they affect a preternatural goodness. But in all this they are excelled by the noble Pigot, whose bald head, venerable beard, and benevolent appearance qualified him to sit for a portrait of God the Father. Gentlemen, it won't do. You will have to bolt or confess. The documents you have palmed off on the world are the products of unadulterated Pigotism. You know it, we know it, and by everyone will know it. End of section 51. Recording by Tasha Hobbs Peterson.
Section 52 of Flowers of Freethought, 2nd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Flowers of Freethought, 2nd Series by George William Foote, Section 52, Jesus at the Derby. June 1890. This is the age of advertisement. Look at the street hoardings. Look at the newspapers. Look at our actor-managers. Look at Barnum. Scream from the housetops or you stand no chance. If you cannot attract attention in any other way, stand on your head. Get talked about somehow. The only hell is obscurity, and notoriety is the 7th heaven. If you cannot make a fortune, spend one. Run through $250,000 in 3 years. Be the fool of every knave. And though you are as commonplace as a wet day in London, you shall find a host of envious admirers. Should the worst come to worst, you can defy obscurity by committing a judiciously villainous murder. Perhaps Jack the Ripper had a passion for publicity, and liked to see his name in the papers until he grew blasé and retired upon his laurels. Yes, it is an advertising age, and an advertising age is a sensational age. Religion itself, the staid, the demure, shares in the general tendency. She preaches in the style of the auction room. She beats drums and shakes tambourines in the streets. She affects criminals and dotes on vice. She bustles about the reformation of confirmed toppers. By and by she will get up a mission to lunatics and idiots. She is now a very forward person. Forward movements are the rage in all the churches, but Methodism bears the palm, though Presbyterianism threatens to run it hard in the person of John McNeill. Hugh Price Hughes is a very smart showman. When truth is stale, he is ready with a bouncing lie and has face enough to keep it up in 5 chapters. But the West End mission is getting rather tame. The dukes and duchesses are not yet converted. Money is spent like water, and the aristocracy still goes to Hades. A new move is tried. The forward Methodists organize a mission to Epsom. Jesus Christ goes to the Derby. That is, he goes by proxy, in the person of Mr. Nix. A van, a tent, and a big stock of pious literature with macintoshes and umbrellas form his equipment. He is accompanied by a band of workers. Their rules are to be up for prayer meeting at 7 in the morning, and never to look at any race or jockey or horse. This is a precaution against the old Adam. It saves the mission from going over to the enemy on the field of battle. Mr. Nix gives an account of his performance in the Methodist Times. He converted a lot of people. So has Hugh Price Hughes. At one time, he says, there were 3 Church of England clergymen and their wives and some distinguished members of the aristocracy in the tent, probably out of the wet. Of course, they were not converted, but what a pity! A converted clergyman would have been a glorious catch, worth £5,000 at St. James' Hall, and fancy bagging a duke. It was enough to make Mr. Nix's mouth water. He must have felt some of the agony of Tantalus. He was up to the neck, so to speak, in lords and parsons, and could not grasp one. Dissenting ministers and their wives did not show up. Naturally, they would not go to such a naughty place, except in a mission van. Mr. Nix has a keen eye for the Methodist business. He has open and sly digs at the church clergy. One of the tipsters said his father was a clergyman, but his religion was no good to him. He would give anything for the religion of the little chap that stood on the stool. That was Mr. Nix. We suspect the Epsom races will outlast Mr. Nix. There is more boast than performance about missions. Christianity is always converting drunkards, profligates, prostitutes, and thieves, but somehow our social evils do not disappear. Even the drink bill runs up, despite all the gospel pledges. Nix is the practical result of the efforts of gentlemen like Mr. Nix. They are on the wrong tack. They are sweeping back the tide with mops. The real reformatory agency is the spread of education and refinement. Yet the mission will go on. It is a good advertisement. Mr. Hughes gives it a special leading article. He cries up the Epsom mob as the most representative gathering of Englishmen, and therefore a fair specimen of the mental and moral condition of the English people. This is stuff and nonsense, but it serves its purpose. Mr. Hughes wants to show the missions are needed. He finds that the great majority of the people are outside of the Christian church, that this is still a heathen country. Perhaps so, but what a confession after all these centuries of gospel grinding and church predominance. There are 50 or 60,000 churches and chapels and as many sky pilots. 6 million children go to Sunday school. The Bible is forced into the public day schools. Copies are circulated by the million. 20 millions a year at least is spent in inculcating Christianity. Yet England is still a heathen country. Well, if this is the case, what is the use of Mr. Nix? What is the use of Mr. Hughes? Greater preachers have gone before them and have failed. Is it not high time for Jesus to run the job himself? Come, Lord Jesus, as John says, let him descend from the Father's right hand and take Mr. Nix's place at the next to Derby. He might even convert the clergymen and their wives and the distinguished members of the aristocracy. Anyhow, he should try. He will not be crucified again. The worst that could happen is a charge of obstruction, and perhaps a fine of 40 shillings, but surely he will not lay himself open to such indignities. He should triumphantly assert his deity. A few big miracles would strike Englishmen more than the Jews, who were sated with the supernatural. He might stop the horses in mid-career, fix the jockeys in their saddles, root the absent mob where they stood, and address them from the top of the grandstand. That would settle them. They would all go to church next Sunday. Yes, Jesus must come himself, or the case is hopeless. Missions to the people of this heathen country are like fleas on an elephant. What the ministers should pray for is the second coming of Christ. But we guess it will be a long time before they sing, "Lo, he comes in clouds descending." Besides, it would be a bad job for them. Their occupation would be gone. A wholesale conversion would cut up the retail traders. On the whole, we have no doubt the men of God prefer the good old plan. If Jesus came, he would take the bread out of their mouths. That would be a shabby after they had devoted themselves to the business. The very publicans demand compensation, and could the sky pilots do less? But perhaps Jesus would send them all home. We should like to see them go. It would give the world a chance. End of section 52.
Section 53 of Flowers of Freethought, second series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Atheist Murderers, January 1894. An open letter to the Bishop of Winchester. Bishop, you are a high and well-paid dignitary of the Church of England. You are, therefore, a state official, as much as a soldier or a policeman, and, as such, you are amenable to public criticism. It is possible that you never heard of me before, but I am a member of the English public, and, as a citizen, I help, very unwillingly, to support the Church, and therefore to support you. My right to address you is thus indisputable. I make no apology or excuse for doing so, and as for my reason, it will appear in the course of this letter. I notice in the daily and weekly newspapers a paragraph which concerns you and me. The paragraph is exactly the same in all the papers I have seen. It must therefore have emanated from and been circulated by one hand, and that hand, I suspect, is yours, particularly as it insinuates the necessity of supporting Christian missions in England, that is, of subscribing to church agencies over and above the 9 or 10 millions a year which your establishment spends, or devours, in ministering to what you call the spiritual needs of the English people. The paragraph I refer to states that you have converted and confirmed an atheist, and that this atheist has been hung for the crime of murder, and it plainly hints that his crime was the natural result of his irreligious opinions. As you make so much of this case, I presume that this murderer, who was not good enough to live on earth, and whom you have sent to live for ever in heaven, is the only atheist you have ever converted, so that in every way the case is one of exceptional interest. And now, before I go any further,
Let me tell you why the case concerns me as well as you. I am an atheist, and a teacher of atheism. I am the president of the National Secular Society, which is the only open organisation of freethinkers in England. My immediate predecessor in this office was Charles Bradlaugh, of whom you must have heard. Not to know him would argue yourself unknown. My personality is not so famous as his, but my office is the same, and you will now understand why I address you on the subject of your converted murderer. The newspaper paragraph to which I have referred is brief and inadequate, but fuller particulars are given in your diocesan chronicle, for a copy of which I am indebted to the kindness of a gentleman who is technically a member of your flock. He is a freethinker, but I do not believe you will convert him, and still less that you will ever assist at his execution. The murderer, for whom you made the gallows the gateway to heaven, was called George Mason. He was 19 years of age. Serving in the militia, he was liable to severe discipline. His sergeant had him imprisoned for 3 days, and in revenge he shot the officer dead while at rifle practice. It is an obvious moral, which I wonder your lordship does not perceive, that it is dangerous to put deadly weapons in the hands of passionate boys. Your lordship's interest in the case seems to be entirely professional. While this lad was simply a militiaman, your lordship would not have regarded him as an object of solicitude. As a convicted murderer, he became profoundly interesting. No less than 3 clergymen took him in hand, the Reverend J. L. Ladbroke, the Reverend James Baker, and yourself. 3 to 1 are long odds, and it is no marvel that you conquered the boy. Still, it is unfortunate that we have only your account of the conflict, for your profession is not famous for what I will politely call accuracy. Herder remarked that Christian veracity deserved to rank with Punic faith. How many falsehoods has your church circulated about great freethinkers? Why should it hesitate, then, to tell untruths about little ones? A Wesleyan minister, the Reverend Hugh Price Hughes, has published a long circumstantial story of a converted atheist shoemaker, which is proved to be false in all its main features. It is far from certain, therefore, that your lordship's account of the conversion of George Mason is true. You and your 2 clerical colleagues can say what you please. Your evidence cannot be tested, and such evidence, especially when given by persons who are confederates in a common cause, is always open to suspicion. Nevertheless, I need not doubt that George Mason made an edifying end. It is the way of murderers. What I venture to doubt is your statement as to his life. You write as follows: His early life was lived in the east of London, his trade being that of a costermonger, and he was brought up by his father, a professed atheist, who was in the habit of reading the Bible with this boy and a company of other freethinkers, verse by verse, and deliberately turning it into ridicule by way of commentary. It is hard to imagine a more deliberate training for the gallows than what his father gave him. Later on, you say the boy was insignificant, almost stunted to look at, and you add that his only opportunity was to learn how to be a child of the devil. Now, I wish to observe, in the first place, that you have not said enough. You do not say whether George Mason's father is still living. I have not been able to hear of him myself. If he be still living, have you taken the trouble to obtain his version of the matter? And if not, do you think it kind or just to speak of him in this manner? Nor do you say what religion George Mason professed in the militia, whether he attended divine service, and what was its influence upon him. You were in too great a hurry to capture your atheist and insult all who do not believe the dogmas of your church. You regard it as deliberate training for the gallows to let a boy laugh at the Bible. Has it ever occurred to you to inquire how it is that the Bible is so easy to ridicule? Have you ever reflected that what is laughed at is generally ridiculous? Are you not aware that the most risible imp could hardly laugh at all the contents of the Bible? Who laughs at the saying, "Blessed are the peacemakers"? Who laughs at the horrid massacres of the Old Testament? But who does not laugh at cock and bull stories like that of Jonah and the whale? Your lordship does not discriminate. Very little thought would show you that some parts of the Bible cannot be laughed at, that where it can be laughed at, it is probably absurd, and that to laugh at an absurdity is certainly no training for the gallows. Your lordship evidently wishes to convey the idea that atheists are very likely to become murderers, or more likely than their Christian fellow citizens. This I deny, and I ask for your evidence. All you adduce is the case of this insignificant and stunted boy. Let us suppose for a moment that your statement about him is entirely accurate. What does it prove? Simply this, that it is not impossible for an atheist to commit a murder. But whoever said it was? Who asserts that atheists are absolutely free from the passions and frailties of human nature? Has your lordship never heard of a Christian murderer? Is it not a fact that Jesus Christ himself could not select his apostles without including a villain? 12 of you have I chosen, he said, and one of you is a murderer. Is not 1 in 12 a large percentage? Why then is the world to be alarmed and invited to subscribe to Christian missions because one atheist out of all the thousands in England commits a murder, and that one an insignificant and stunted boy, apparently bred in poverty and hardship? Mind you, I am not admitting that George Mason was an atheist, or the son of an atheist. I say that has to be proved. I am taking your lordship's account of the matter as true, merely for the sake of argument. Let me draw your attention to some facts. So many of the clergy in your own church went wrong that you were compelled to obtain a special Act of Parliament to enable you to get rid of them. Is it not true also that the greatest swindlers of this age have been extremely pious? What do you make of Messrs. Hobbes and Wright? What do you think of Jabez Balfour? Are not such scoundrels 1,000 times worse than a passionate boy like George Mason? Were not the Liberator victims fleeced and ruined by professed Christians? What have you to say about Mr. Hastings, Captain Verney, and Mr. de Cobain, who were all convicted of bad crimes and expelled from Parliament? Have you ever heard of the text, "Physician, heal thyself"? Here is another fact. A few months ago, an Irish clergyman, the Reverend George Griffiths, deliberately shot his own mother for the sake of what cash he could find in her desk. He was tried, found guilty, and sentenced to be hung. Would you think me justified in saying that the Reverend George Griffiths committed a murder because he was a Christian? Why, then, do you pretend that George Mason committed a murder because he or his father was an atheist? Lay your hand upon your heart and answer this question honestly. Do you really believe that an atheist has a special proclivity to murder? What is there in atheism to make men hate each other? When a man holds the hand of the woman he loves, or feels about his neck the little arms of his child, do you suppose he is likely to injure either of them because he is unable to accept your dogma about the mystery of this illimitable universe? Shall I hate my own boy because I disbelieve that Jesus Christ was born without a father? Shall I keep him without food and clothes because I see no proof of a special providence? Will Shakespeare's Hamlet poison my mind because I think it finer than the Gospels? If I treat the creation story and the deluge as legend and mythology, and smile at the feats of Samson, shall I therefore commit a burglary? If I think that my neighbour's life in this world is his all, that death ends his possibilities, do you really think that I shall be the more likely to rob him of what I can never restore? I am at a loss to understand your lordship, and I invite you to explain yourself. At present I can only see, in your account of George Mason, a very common exhibition of Christian logic and Christian temper. Your lordship's is not the charity that thinketh no evil. You ascribe wickedness to those who differ from you in opinion. I conceive it possible for men to differ from you in religion, and yet to equal you in morality. I conceive it even possible that some of them might surpass you without a miracle. End of section 53.
Section 54 of Flowers of Freethought, 2nd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tommy Hersant, Carlsbad, California. Flowers of Freethought, 2nd Series by George William Foote. Section 54, A Religion for Eunuchs. June, 1890. This is a strong title, and it requires a justification. We have to plead that nothing else would serve our purpose. But is our purpose a sound one? That will appear in the course of this article. Let the reader finish what we have to say before he forms a judgment. We propose to criticize the view of Christianity recently put forth by the greatest writer in Russia. Count Leo Tolstoy enjoys an European fame. He is one of the classics of modern fiction. His work in imaginative literature, as well as his work in religion, said the late Matthew Arnold, is, quote, more than sufficient to signalize him as one of the most marking, interesting, and sympathy-inspiring men of our time, unquote. Whatever such a man writes deserves the closest attention. Not, indeed, that this needs to be bespoken for him. He has the qualities that compel it. There is the stamp of power on all his productions. We pause at them involuntarily as we turn to look at a physical king of men who passes us in the street. For some years, Count Tolstoy discontinued his work as a novelist. His mind became occupied with social and religious problems. He ceased to be a man of the world and became a Christian, and his being a most sincere nature, endowed with a certain large simplicity which is characteristic of the Russian mind, he did not rest in ecclesiastical Christianity. He embraced the religion of Christ, and began working it out to legitimate issues. To him, the Sermon on the Mount is divine teaching, not in a metaphorical sense, but in its literal significance. Accordingly, he tells the Christian world in such volumes as My Religion and My Confession that it is all astray from the religion of Christ. He points to what its Savior said, takes his words in their honest meaning, and brands as un-Christian the whole framework of Christian society, with its armies, its police, its law courts, its wealth, and its institutions of property. The Bishop of Peterborough and Count Tolstoy are at one in believing that if the Sermon on the Mount were carried out, the state would go to ruin. Only the Bishop of Peterborough shrinks from this, and Jesuitically narrows the scope of Christ's teaching, while Count Tolstoy accepts it loyally and calls on Christians to square their practice with their profession. Mirabeau said of Robespierre, quote, "He is in earnest, he will go far," unquote. This is what we felt with respect to Count Tolstoy. Sooner or later, he was certain to follow Jesus to the bitter end. After property comes the institution of marriage, upon which the teaching of Jesus may be found in the Gospels. Count Tolstoy now insists on this teaching being practiced. He has written a novel, the Kreutzer Sonata, to show the evils not only of marriage but of all sexual relations. Since then, he has written a sober article to justify the sentiments of the hero, or the protagonist of that terrible story. It is no longer possible to say that Posnischeff's ideas are those of a person in a drama. Count Tolstoy accepts the full responsibility of them and presses them still further. He is now the unblenching apostle of real Christianity, not the Christianity of the churches, but the Christianity of Christ. And his new evangel will alarm the growing army of advanced Christians, who are always canting in their sentimental way the very phrase which he develops in all its terrific meaning. To be a Christian, he tells them, is to crucify the body, to kill the animal passions, to live the pure life of the Spirit, and, in short, to practice every austerity of asceticism. Tolstoy did not jump to this conclusion. Writing on his novels, Mr. W. E. Henley called him, quote, the great optimist, unquote. The Kreutzer Sonata is the work of a profound pessimist. Concluding What to Do, Tolstoy wrote a notable passage on the sacredness of motherhood. Now all that is changed. Motherhood must go too. It will take time, for the old Adam is strong in us, but go it must. And when we have all brought our bodies under, no more children will be born. The race will expire, having perfected its imitation of Christ, and the animals that remain will hold the world in undisputed possession, unless, indeed, they catch the contagion and wind up the whole terrestrial business. Before we treat Tolstoy's Evangel in detail, we must remark that he does not explain the primeval command of Jehovah to Adam and Eve, quote, be ye fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth, unquote. This is very inconsistent with the gospel of absolute chastity. Jehovah says, get as many children as you can. Christ says, get none at all. If it was the same God who gave both orders, he changed his mind completely, and having changed it once, he may change it again. In that case, the Koran will succeed the New Testament, and the imitation of Christ give place to the Arabian Nights. Revenons à nos moutons. The Kreutzer Sonata is a terrible story, but like all novels with a purpose, it is inartistic. Othello kills Desdemona without moralizing on the sinfulness of marriage, and Posnischeff stabs his wife from sheer jealousy. All the preaching is by the way. It might be cut out without affecting the work, and that is its condemnation. When the preacher steps forward, the artist retires. And, as we are dealing with Tolstoy the preacher, we shall go straight to his article in the Universal Review. Tolstoy admits that what he now teaches is incompatible with what he taught before. When writing the Kreutzer Sonata, he says, quote, I had not the faintest presentiment that the train of thought I had started would lead me whither it did. I was terrified by my own conclusion, and was at first disposed to reject it, but it was impossible not to hearken to the voice of my reason and my conscience. Unquote. This is the language of earnest sincerity. The conclusion is this, quote, even to contract marriage is, from a Christian point of view, not a progress, but a fall. Love and all the states that accompany and follow it, however we may try in prose and verse to prove the contrary, never do, and never can facilitate the attainment of an aim worthy of men, but always make it more difficult." Unquote. This is sufficiently dogmatic. Chapman thought otherwise. Quote, "Without love, all beauties bred in women are in vain. All virtues born in men lie buried. For love informs them as the sun doth colours, and as the sun, reflecting his warm beams against the earth, begets all fruits and flowers, so love, fair shining in the inward man, brings forth in him the honourable fruits of valour, wit, virtue, and haughty thoughts, brave resolution, and divine discourse." Unquote. Thus the great Elizabethan. Now for the laureate of the Victorian age. Quote, "For indeed I knew of no more subtle master under heaven than is the maiden passion for a maid, not only to keep down the based man, but teach high thought and amiable words and courtliness, and the desire of fame and love of truth and all that makes a man." Unquote. Chapman's strain is higher than Tennyson's, but they harmonize. Tolstoy is a harsher note. He vilifies the flesh to exalt the spirit, as though the two never mingled. He would abolish the springs of life to purify its stream. He bids us see in our passions foes to be conquered rather than friends to be encouraged. Why not try to establish a just harmony between them? Is there no medium? Must the passions be kings or slaves, in prison or on the throne? "It is thought an injury to reason," wrote Diderot, "to say a word in favor of her rivals, yet it is only the passions and strong passions that can lift the soul to great things. Without them there is nothing sublime, whether in conduct or in productions. Art becomes childish and virtue trivial." Unquote. But let us hear Tolstoy simply as a follower of Christ. We cannot do better than reproduce some of his sentences in extenso. Quote, "Christ not only never instituted marriage, but if we search for formal precept on the subject, we find that he rather disapproved it than otherwise." Quote within a quote, "And every one that hath forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life." Matthew 19:29, Mark Z 29:30, Luke 18:29-30. End of quote within quote. He only impressed upon married and unmarried alike the necessity of striving after perfection, which includes chastity in marriage and out of it, unquote. Quote, "There is not and cannot be such an institution as Christian marriage. This is what was always taught and believed by true Christians of the first and following centuries. In the eyes of a Christian, sexual relations in marriage not only do not constitute a lawful, right, and happy state, as our society and our churches maintain, but, on the contrary, are always a fall, a weakness, a sin." Unquote. Quote, "Such a thing as Christian marriage never was and never could be. Christ did not marry, nor did he establish marriage, neither did his disciples marry." Unquote. Quote, A Christian, I say, cannot view sexual intercourse otherwise than as a deviation from the doctrine of Christ, as a sin. This is clearly laid down in Matthew verse 28, and the ceremony called Christian marriage does not alter its character one jot. A Christian will never, therefore, desire marriage, but will always avoid it, unquote. Quote, in the Gospel it is laid down so clearly as to make it impossible to explain it away, that he who is already married when he discovers and accepts the truth must abide with her with whom he has been living, i.e., must not change his wife, and must live more chastely than before. Matthew verse 32, 19, 8 through 12. That he who is single should remain unmarried and continue to live chastely. Matthew 19, 10 and 12. And that both the one and the other in their yearning and striving after perfect chastity are guilty of sin if they look on a woman as an object of pleasure. Matthew verse 28 through 29. Unquote. Posnischeff, at the close of the Kreutzner Sonata, clinches all this by saying, quote, people should understand the true significance of the words of St. Matthew as to looking upon a woman with the eye of desire, for the words apply to woman in her sisterly character, not only to another man's wife, but also, and above all, to one's own, unquote. If this view of marriage prevailed and perfect chastity obtained, the human race would come to an end. Tolstoy says he cannot help that. Carnal love perpetuates the race, and spiritual love will extinguish it. But what if it does? It is a familiar religious dogma that the world will have an end, and science tells us that the sun is losing its heat, the result of which must in time be the extinction of the human race. The great Russian does not shrink from the logic of Christ's teaching. He follows Christ as St. Paul did, as St. Peter did, who forsook his wife, as the fathers did in crying up virginity and running down marriage, as the monks and nuns did, who severed themselves from the world and the flesh, though they often fell into the hands of the devil. Still, there is another step for Count Tolstoy to take. He has not pressed one important saying of Christ, and it is this, quote, for there are some eunuchs which were born so from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men, and there be eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. Matthew 19:12. The great Origen followed this advice and emasculated himself. Nor was he alone in the practice. All the disciples of his contemporary, Valens of Barathus, made themselves eunuchs. Montagazza considers them the spiritual fathers of Skopsis, a Russian sect dating from the 11th century. They have been persecuted, but they number nearly 6,000 and regard themselves as the real Christians, the only true followers of Christ. They castrate themselves, and sometimes amputate the genitals entirely. The women even mutilate their breasts as a mark of their sex. Will Count Tolstoy take the final step? It seems logically necessary, even without the text on eunuchs, for the only certain way to avoid sexual intercourse is to make it impossible. In any case, we are very much obliged to him for holding up the real Christianity, as far as he sees it, to the purblind and hypocritical mob of professed Christians. It will fortify freethinkers in their skepticism and warn the healthy manhood and womanhood of Europe against this Oriental asceticism, which pretends to be a divine message to the robust Occident. When Tolstoy goes the one step farther and embraces the teachings of Jesus in its entirety, he will be the most powerful enemy of Christianity in the world. By demonstrating it to be a religion for eunuchs, he will array against it the deepest instincts of mankind. End of section 54. Reading by Tommy Hersant, Carlsbad, California. Section 55 of Flowers of Freethought, Second Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tommy Hersant, Carlsbad, California. Flowers of Freethought, Second Series by George William Foote. Section 55, Rosewater Religion. April 1894. Most of our readers will recollect the controversy that was carried on more than 12 months ago in the columns of the Daily Chronicle. Mr. Robert Buchanan had published his new poem, The Wandering Jew, in which Jesus Christ was depicted as a forlorn vagrant, sick of the evil and infamy wrought in his name, and for which he was historically, though not intentionally, responsible. This poem was reviewed by Mr. Richard Le Gallienne, a younger poet, who is also a professional critic in the Star, where his weekly causerie on books and their writers is printed over the signature of Log Roller. Mr. Le Gallienne took Mr. Buchanan to task for his hostility to the Christianity of Christ, the nature of which was not defined, nor even made intelligible. Mr. Buchanan replied with his usual impetuosity, declining to have anything to do with Christianity except in the way of opposition, and laughing at the sentimental dilution which his young friend was attempting to pass off as the original unadulterated article. Mr. Le Gallienne retorted with youthful self-confidence that Mr. Buchanan did not understand Christianity. Other writers then joined in the fray, and the result was the famous "Is Christianity Played Out?" discussion in the Chronicle. It was kept going for a week or two, until Parliament met and Jesus Christ had to make way for William Ewart Gladstone. Mr. Le Gallienne hinted that he was preparing a kind of manifesto on the subject of Christianity. The world was to be informed at length as to the essential nature of that religion. Divines and freethinkers had alike misunderstood and misrepresented it. After a lapse of nearly 2,000 years, the straight tip, if we may so express it, was to come from Log Roller. He would soon speak and set the weary world at rest with the triumphant proclamation of the real, imperishable religion of Jesus Christ. Presently, it was announced in judicious puffs that the manifesto was growing under Mr. Le Gallienne's hands. It would take the form of a book, to be entitled The Religion of a Literary Man. The title had little relation to the Galilean carpenter or his fishing disciples, nor was it in any sense happy. It smacked too much of the shop. Sir Thomas Browne, it is true, wrote a Religio Medici and gave a physician's view of religion, but he was a man of rare genius as well as quaintness, and allowance was to be made for his idiosyncrasy. Besides, there is a certain speciality in a doctor's way of looking at religion, if he compares his knowledge with his faith. But What is the speciality of a literary man on this particular subject? Other trades and professions might as well follow suit and give us the religion of a pork butcher, or the faith of a farmer, or the creed of a constable. Even the belief of a barman is not beyond the scope of a rational probability. Mr. Le Gallienne's long-promised evangel burst upon the town a month ago. The Religio Scriptorius, which a puzzler at Latin might render as the religion of a scribbler, made a dainty appearance. The title page was in 2 colors, with a pretty arabesque border. The type throughout was neatly leaded, with a column for summaries in the old fashion and a wide margin of imitation hand-made paper. The book was pretty, unlike the writing, and opposite the title page was a pretty verse. Quote, "The old gods pass, the cry goes round, Lo, how their temples strew the ground! Nor mark we where, on new-fledged wings, Faith, like the phoenix, soars and sings." Yes, it is all pretty. There is an air of dilettantism about the whole production. It will probably be grateful to the sentimentalists who, despite their skepticism, still cling to the name of Christian. But we imagine it will rather irritate than satisfy other readers of more strenuous and scrupulous intelligence. The book is dedicated to A. E. Fletcher, Esquire, editor of the Daily Chronicle, who may well be proud, not of this dedication, but of the high position to which he has raised that organ of radical principles. Mr. Le Gallien refers to the old controversy in the Chronicle as raising an important question, to me the most important of questions, as to whether Christianity was really so obsolete today as its opponents glibly assume. I could not stand by, he continues, and see the sublime figure of Christ vulgarized to make an Adelphi holiday. For this reason, he modestly says, he ventured to play David to Mr. Buchanan's Philistine. Mr. Fletcher allowed him a battlefield, and thus sprung, he means sprang, the following pages. Thus much for the origin of the work, and now for its character. I have condensed in its pages, the writer says, much religious experience, and long and ardent thought on spiritual matters. No doubt he believes this statement, but is it true? Is not the writer too young to have had much experience? And where are the traces of the long and ardent thought? Mr. Le Gallien might reply that his thought has been long and ardent, whatever the value of the result. But in that case, he is not cut out for a thinker. And indeed, he seems aware of the fact, for he often prints thinker in inverted commas to show his disdain of the article. His one cure for modern doubt is to think less and feel more. And some may be tempted to remark that he has certainly followed the first part of the prescription. Mr. Le Gallien is a long time in coming to the sublime figure of Christ. He has a considerable ground to cover before he undertakes the cleaning and painting of the old idol. First of all, he has to establish his native superiority over the common herd. He divides the world into natural spiritualists and materialists. The first have a spiritual sense, capitals please, while the second have not. And it is obvious that the large majority of mankind belong to the latter class. Mr. Le Gallienne, of course, belongs to the former. He is a member of nature's, or God's, aristocracy. It is for them that he writes, although on his own supposition the task is superfluous. The common herd of materialists are warned against wasting their time in reading him, which also is somewhat superfluous. The fault of materialists, or rather their misfortune, for they are born that way, is that they are such sticklers for facts, and have no conception of aught they cannot touch and handle, eat, or see through a microscope. Not, indeed, that Mr. Gallienne objects to eating, for instance. He speaks of it with wet lips, and looks down upon the vegetarian as a person whose spiritual insight is not mercifully intermittent, especially at mealtimes. But, barring mealtimes and other fleshly occasions when the spiritualists join the materialists, the former habitually sees facts as transitory symbols of transfiguring mysteries, so that the whole world, and perhaps the moon, is palpitating with occult significance. For instance, a materialist eats rook pie and cares for nothing else but a sound digestion. The spiritualist also eats rook pie, but after the repast he will sentimentalize over dead rooks, without losing his belief in an all-merciful providence. He will assure you, indeed, and try to convince you, that the shooting of rooks and the pulling off their heads to prevent the rook pie from tasting bitter is simply one of the terrible and beautiful mysteries which make the world so interesting, especially to gentlemen of comprehensive natures, who combine a taste for rook pie with a taste for optimistic theology. When we come to test Mr. Le Gallienne's conception of mystery, we find it to be nothing but muddle. The whole mystery of life, he says, may be found in a curve, as thus, why isn't it straight? A color in itself is a mystery, and are there not trance-like moments when suddenly we ask ourselves, why a colored world? Why a blue sky and green grass, and not vice versa? Or why any color at all? Mr. Le Gallienne is evidently prepared to stand aghast at the fact that twice 2 make 4. Why always 4? Why not 3 today and 7 tomorrow? Yea, and Echo answers, why? Here is another illustration of mystery. Science can tell us that oxygen and hydrogen will unite under certain conditions to produce water, but it cannot tell us why they do so. The mystery of their affinity is as dark as ever. Mr. Le Gallienne has a whole chapter on the relative spirit, yet his long and ardent thought does not enable him to see that he is himself a slave of metaphysics. All this mystery is nothing but the meat-roasting power of the meat-jack. The question of why oxygen and hydrogen form water is a prompting of anthropomorphism. Intellectually, it is simply childish. It could only be put by one who has not grasped the great doctrine of the relativity of knowledge. Man can no more get beyond his own knowledge, which is and ever must be finite, than he can get outside himself, or run away from his own shadow. The sacred mystery of motherhood, of which Mr. Gallienne speaks, is a pretty expression. It may pass in the realm of poetry, with the everlasting hills and the eternal sea, which are but transient phenomena in the infinite existence of the universe. The mystery of human motherhood is no greater than the mystery of any other form of reproduction, while its sacredness depends on circumstances. The term, in short, being a compendium of a great variety of personal and social feelings, which may or may not be present in any particular case. What becomes of the sacred mystery of motherhood when a poor servant girl brings her child into the world unaided and casts it into the Thames? What becomes of it when violation takes the place of seduction, and a woman bears a child to a man she loathes and hates? Mystery, like other words we inherit from the theological and metaphysical stages, is only fit for use in poetry. It is out of place in science or philosophy, and we advise Mr. Le Gallienne to get a comprehension of this truth before he takes fresh excursions in the realm of long and ardent thought. The subjective ideas of poetry cease to be admirable and stimulating when they are projected into the external world, and become our masters instead of our servants. Mr. Le Gallienne follows the beaten track of theology in talking about mysteries which are only subterfuges to cover the retreat of a nonplussed debater, or a warrant for the fugitive game of the hounds of reason. He also follows the beaten track in arguing, or rather assuming, that the elect spiritualists have a sense which is lacking in the reprobate materialists. There is nothing like a good lumping assumption for begging the question at issue. It settles the discussion before it opens, and saves a world of trouble. But even an assumption may be looked in the face. Nay, it is best looked in the face when you suspect it of being an imposture. According to Mr. Le Gallienne, the religious sense, or, as he also writes it, the spiritual sense, with capital letters, is not, after all, a special faculty, but a special compound, or interaction of common faculties. He does indeed treat these common faculties as tributaries of the spiritual sense. But it is very evident that the tributaries make the stream, which is merely a name without them. First, there is the sense of wonder, which is nothing but the positive side of ignorance. Second, the sense of beauty, which is not necessarily a religious sense, but may be pressed into its service. Third, the sense of pity, which really originates, as we conceive, in parental affection, and has even been noticed in rats as well as in religionists. Fourth, the sense of humor, which is a peculiarly candid friend of religion, so that Mr. Le Gallienne is obliged to give its devotees an impressive warning against running into ill nature and sacrilege. Fifth, the sense of gratitude, which in religion, so far as we can see, appears to consist in a lively sense of favors to come through the medium of prayer, to which thanksgiving is only a judicious preliminary, like the compliments and flatteries that are addressed to an Oriental despot by his humble but calculating petitioners. Now, all these senses are perfectly natural. Every one of them is found in the lower animals as well as in man. How, then, can there be anything supernatural, supersensible, or spiritual in their combination? Is it not evident that religion works, like everything else, upon common materials? Chiefly, indeed, upon the unchastened imagination of credulous ignorance. We may prove this from Mr. Le Gallienne's own testimony. Quote, "Are there not impressions borne in upon the soul of man, as he stands a spectator of the universe, which religion alone attempts to formulate? Certain impressions are expressed by the sciences and the arts. How wonderful, exclaims man, and that is the dawn of science. How beautiful, and that is the dawn of art. But there is a still higher, a more solemn impression borne in upon him, and falling upon his knees he cries, How holy! That is the dawn of religion." Unquote. Mr. Le Gallien does not see that this is all imagination. "The heavens declare the glory of God," exclaims the psalmist. On the other hand, a great French atheist exclaimed, "The heavens declare the glory of Copernicus, Kepler, and Newton." Mr. Le Gallien does not see either that man did not exclaim, "How holy!" when he first fell upon his knees. His feeling was rather, "How terrible!" The sense of holiness is a social product, a high sublimation of morality. Man had to possess it himself, and see it highly exemplified in picked specimens of his kind before he bestowed it upon his gods. Deities do not anticipate, they follow the course of human evolution. Mr. Le Gallien is an optimist. He is young and prosperous, and, judging from his poetry, happily married. He is therefore satisfied that all is for the best, if properly understood. Just as when an alderman has dined, all the world is happy. There are such people, however, as pessimists, and Mr. Le Gallien hates them. Schopenhauer, for instance, he rails at as a small philosopher, whose ideas were only the formulation of his own special disease, the expression of his own ineffably petty and uncomfortable disposition, at which one can only stare, as at a mannequin attacking a colossus. Spinoza, too, can be treated jauntily if he does not fall into line with Mr. Le Gallien. George Meredith is treated with abundant respect, but he is wronged by being enrolled as a facile optimist and the strongest of the apostles of faith. He is certainly nothing of the kind, in Mr. Le Gallien's sense of the words. He has faith in reason and humanity, but this is a very different thing from faith in the idols, even the greatest idol of the Pantheon. "There is too much pain in the world," said Charles Darwin, who knew what he was talking about, and always expressed himself with moderation. In the moral world, pain becomes evil, and the problem of evil has ever been the crux of theism. It cannot be solved on theistic grounds, and accordingly it has to be explained away. Pain, we are told, is the great agent in our development. In the ethical sphere, it is the purifying fire, which purges the gold in us from its dross. All of which sounds very pretty in a lecture, and looks very pretty in a book, but is apt to excite disgust when a man is suffering from incurable cancer, or utter destitution in the midst of plenty, or when a mother stands over the corpse of her child, mangled in some terrible accident, or burnt to a cinder in a fatal fire. Certainly, pain subserves a partial purpose. It is sometimes a warning, though the warning is often too late. But its function is immensely overrated by Mr. Le Gallienne and other religionists. It is all very well to talk about the crucible, but half the people who go into it are reduced to ashes. Mr. Le Gallienne will not accept Spinoza's view that pain is an unmistakable evil, joy the vitalizing, fructifying power. But the great mystic William Blake said the same thing in Joys Impregnate, Sorrows Bring Forth. George Meredith has expressed the same view in saying that adversity tests, it does not nourish us. Even the struggle for existence does not add any strength to the survivors. It sometimes cripples them. By eliminating the unfit, that is, the weak, it raises the average capacity. But what a method for infinite wisdom and infinite goodness! There was more sense and less cruelty in the ancient method of infanticide. Mr. Le Gallienne seems to feel that his theory of pain is too fantastic, for he falls back on mystery. We can form no possible conception, he says, of the processes of God. Why then does he talk about them so consumedly? Ignorance is a good reason for silence, but none for garrulity. We must be humble, says Mr. Le Gallienne, and recognizes that we only exist to the praise and glory of God. We are His servants and soldiers, and the pay is life. Had He willed it, this glorious gift had never been ours. We might have still slept on, unsentient, unorganized in the trodden dust. Very likely. But who could lose what he never possessed? It is a small misfortune that can never be realized. Mr. Le Gallienne leaps the final difficulty by exclaiming that man has no rights in regard to God. He shakes hands with St. Paul, who asserts the potter's power over the clay. Yes, but man is not clay. He lives and feels. He has rights, even against God. The parent is responsible for his child, the Creator for his creature. The opposite doctrine is fit for cowards and slaves. It comes down to us from the old days when fathers had the power of life and death over their children. It dies out as we learn that the first claim is the child's, and the first duty the parent's. Mr. Le Gallienne's God is the old celestial despot of theology in a new costume. On the question of a future life, however, we are pleased to find a vein of heterodoxy and common sense. Mr. Le Gallienne asks, with respect to the hereafter, whether we really care about it so much as we imagine. We talk about meeting our old friends in heaven, for instance, but do we not meet them again already on earth in the new ones? It is said that if fine, cultivated personalities do not survive death, they are wasted and have existed in vain. Mr. Le Gallienne's reply to this objection is clear, sufficient, and well expressed. But how so? Have they not been in full operation for a lifetime? 'Tis a pity truly that the old fiddle should be broken at last. But then, for how many years has it not been discoursing most excellent music? We naturally lament when an old piece of china is some sure day dashed to pieces. But then, for how long a time has it been delighting and refining those, maybe long dead, who have looked upon it? If there were no possibility of more such fiddles, more such china, their loss would be an infinitely more serious matter. But on this the sad, glad old Persian admonishes us, Fear not, lest existence closing your account and mine should know the like no more. The eternal Saki from the bowl has poured millions of bubbles like us and shall pour. Nature ruthlessly tears up her replicas, age after age, but she is slow to destroy the plates. Her lovely forms are all safely housed in her memory, and beauty and goodness sleep secure in her heart, in spite of all the arrows of death. Without saving what they are, or which of them he considers at all convincing, Mr. Le Gallien observes that the arguments as to a future life are probably stronger on the side of belief, which is rather a curious expression. But whichever theory be true, it does not really much matter. Oh, very likely. But how does this fit in with the teaching of Christ? If he and his apostles did not believe in the hereafter, what did they believe in? Great is your reward in heaven, and similar sentences lose all meaning without the doctrine of a future life, about which the early Christians were intensely enthusiastic. It was not in this world, as Gibbon remarks, that they wished to be happy or useful. Mr. Le Gallien argues that Christ taught in parables. He promised heaven and threatened hell, but he spoke in a Pickwickian sense. However he used such phrases, it is certain that the evangelists have distorted their importance out of all proportion to the rest of his teaching. By certain, we are not to assume that Mr. Le Gallien has access to occult sources of information. We are only to infer that he deals with the Gospels arbitrarily, accepting them or rejecting them as they accord or disagree with his preconceptions. Indeed, this is what essential Christianity must always be. What each picker and chooser likes is essential. What he does not like is unessential, if not a positive misrepresentation. Short and easy is Mr. Le Gallien's criterion for deciding when Christ is literal and when parabolical. It is only Christ's moral precepts that are to be taken literally. All the rest is parable. What a pity it is that the prophet of Nazareth did not give us a clear hint to this effect. The theory is one of admirable simplicity. Yet, for all that demure look of his, Mr. Le Gallienne is not so admirably simple as to work it out in practice. Accepting the moral precepts of Christ literally, a Christian should hate his father and mother, take no thought for the morrow, live in poverty to obtain the kingdom of heaven, and turn his left cheek to everyone who takes the liberty of striking him on the right. Mr. Le Gallienne does not ask us to do these things. He does not say he performs them himself. He would probably say, if pressed, that allowance should be made for Oriental ways of speaking. But in that case, what becomes of the literal method of reading the moral precepts of Christ? Mr. Le Gallienne, who despises thinkers, is all at sea in his chapter on essential Christianity. He does not know his own mind. He declares that Christ combined in his own person and teaching the intense spirituality of the Hebrew, the impassioned self-annihilation of the Hindu, the joyous naturalism of the Greek. Yet he also remarks that there is something beautiful in such presences as Pan, Aphrodite, and Apollo, which we do not find in Christianity, though he is careful to add that there is not actually any strife between them and the sadder figure of the Galilean. All the gods of all the creeds, he says, supplement or corroborate each other. Oh, perhaps so. But what becomes of that masterful synthesis in which Christ gathered up the joyous naturalism of the Greek, no less than other ancient characteristics? It is well to have a good memory, at least, when you are setting the world to rights. Christianity has been historically a failure. Mr. Le Gallienne more than admits the fact. He emphasizes it and tries to explain it. In the first place, he says, the priests have been too many for Christ. They got hold of Christianity and turned it into the channel of their interests. In the next place, the world was not ready for essential Christianity, an argument in flat contradiction to the doctrine of preparation, which has placed so important a part in Christian apologetics ever since the time of Eusebius. In the third place, essential Christianity is an idealism, and a throng of idealists is an impossibility. The horde of earthly-minded people have simply trodden upon the precious pearls of Christ's teaching. It is not true that the world has tried the gospel of Christ and found it wanting. The world has never tried it at all, and in this 19th century of the so-called Christian era, it has yet to begin. Supposing all this to be true, what does it prove? On the theory that Christ was God or sent by God, it proves either that providence interfered too soon, or that it is incapable of making any real impression upon the stubborn inhabitants of this planet. Either alternative being a reflection on the wisdom or the power of the deity. On the theory that Christ was only a man, it proves that he taught an impossible gospel. After all these centuries, it is still contested and still to be explained. Would it not, after all, be better to put aside this source of confusion and quarreling, and to rely upon reason and the common sentiments of humanity? Mr. Le Gallienne admits that in some respects such a book as Whitman's Leaves of Grass is more helpful than the New Testament, for it includes more. Why then all this chatter about Christ? Can we ever be united on a question of personality? Is it not absurd, and worse than absurd, to thrust this object of contention into the arena where the forces of light should be fighting like one man the strong and disciplined forces of darkness? All this talk about the sublime figure of Christ is a reminiscence of his faded deity. We do not indulge in heated discussions as to the personality of any other man. We speak of other sublime figures, but the expression is one of individual reverence. We do not say that those who do not share our opinion of Buddha, Socrates, Mohammed, Bruno, Cromwell, Danton, or even Plato or Shakespeare are groveling materialists and candidates for perdition. No, the chatter about Christ is only explicable on the ground that he was, and still is by millions, worshipped as a god. The clamor of the deity lingers round the form of the man. It is impossible for persons of any logical trenchantcy to remain in this stage. Francis Newman gave up orthodox Christianity and also the equivocations of Unitarianism, but he clung to the moral perfection of Christ. In the course of time, however, the scales fell from his eyes. He had been blinded by a false sentiment. Letting his mind play freely upon the sublime figure of the prophet of Nazareth, he at length perceived that it had its defects. No mortal is endowed with perfection. Such monsters do not exist. Indeed, the teaching of Christ is as defective as his personality. Its perfection and sufficiency can only be maintained by those who never mean to incur the perils of reducing it to practice. Who really tries to carry out the Christianity of Christ? Only one man in Europe that we know of, and his name is Count Tolstoy. But he is saved from the worst consequences of his idealism by the more practical wisdom of his wife, who will not see him any more than herself and her children reduced to godly beggary. Mr. Le Gallienne seems to us to belong to the sentimentalists, though we hope he will grow out of their category. He appears to dread accurate thinking, and to imagine that knowledge destroys the charm of nature. Which, he asks, comes nearest to the truth about love? Poor Lombroso's talk about pistil and stamen, or one of Shakespeare's sonnets? The root, he says, is no explanation of the flower. This may be fine, but it is fine nonsense. Lombroso and Shakespeare are both right. The physician does not contradict the poet. And if the root is no explanation of the flower, what will happen if you are careless about the root and the soil in which it is planted? Does a gardener act in that way? Is it not the horticulture of Fleet Street sentimentalists? Mr. Le Gallienne is great on what he calls the root fallacy. Wishing to keep the irreligious instinct in mystery, or at least obscurity, he objects to anthropological explanations. He cannot tolerate talk about ancestor worship and other such rude beginnings of religion, although it comes from the lips of his intellectual superiors, such as Tyler, Lubbock and Spencer. Even if they are right, he falls back upon his old exclamation, "What does it matter?" If the flower begin as a root, he says, that is no argument against the reality of the flower. But this is a shifting of ground. The reality of the flower, the reality of the religious instinct is not in dispute. The question is, what is its explanation? No one denies that the man idealizes and reveres. The question is, how did he come to let these faculties play upon ghosts and gods? And the explanation is to be found in his past. It cannot possibly be found in his present, unless we take him as a savage, in which case he is an embodiment of the past of our own ancestors, from whom we derive every vestige of what we call our religion. Man's nature, like his destiny, is involved in his origin. However he may be developed, he will never be more than the paragon of animals. And it is the recognition of this unchangeable truth which makes all the difference between the evolutionist, who labors for rational progress, and the sentimentalist, who fritters away his energies in cherishing the delusions of faith. End of section 55. Reading by Tommy Hersant, Carlsbad, California. End of Flowers of Freethought, 2nd Series by George William Foote.